And we are live here in Lombard, Illinois for the 2026 USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals Day 1. We're going to get started out with the 67.5 kilo men's weight class on platforms 1 and 2. My name's Lance London. Alongside me.
My name is Tia Badger.
And Tia, what are you most excited for in a session like this with you have the men's lightweight weight classes coming in? Just lead us off.
Yeah, I think that the exciting thing here is as we start moving up a couple weight classes from we had some of the lighter lifters this morning, we're starting to get towards the middle more of the weight classes, I think, a little bit. But I think that as you get into these weight classes starting now and then for the rest of the weekend, they're honestly just bigger weight classes. So you're going to have tighter competitions, more people in the flights. You're going to see a lot more numbers being bumped around maybe as you move to those third deadlifts because they're trying to really compete for placings that might be a little bit tighter, a little bit harder to get.
Right, we see with the men's 67.5 kilo weight class, the top qualifying totals are so tight between the top competitors. You have at number 1, Peter Huang, who came in starting out as a 75 kilo lifter, dropped down into this weight class. He's our Pro Series, or reigning Pro Series champion. His qualifying total 670, but shortly behind him, you have Monroe, who's at 662.5.
And 7.5 kilos is not a big difference or a comfortable lead necessarily because that's realistically missing or making one additional lift.
Exactly. Sometimes it comes down to who can be the better power lifter, not just who can be the stronger lifter, who can make the better choices, who can make the best attempt selections, and who can execute on the platform.
Yeah, I mean, even if our second place qualifier were to just add 2.5 kilos of difference on every lift, 2.5 times 3 is getting him to that tie at that 7.5 kilo difference, and then it becomes a difference of body weight potentially.
And we're going to get started here. Bars loaded on all platforms. On platform 1, you have Isaac Pitts, 145 kilos. On platform 2, David Hampton, 165 kilos.
Yeah, and so these first couple lifters, we'll want them to really set the tone for the day. Oftentimes missing and making can be contagious, so we're really hoping that we can get a good couple openers in so that we can see some lifters really start to get to put some big numbers up on the bar.
And our first 2 lifts of the day are good on 1 and awaiting judge's signal on 2. Good on 2, 3 white lights for both of them. As we head on to Luke Siebert on 1 and Ivan Kala on 2. Luke with 175 kilos, Ivan with 170. So what are we looking for here on the squat? What are the technical rules? What are the biggest things that you see a squat get a red light for?
Yeah, so 2 main reasons that you're going to get on the squat. One is if they actually fail the squat, but the biggest technical infraction that you're going to get is simply just did they not get low enough? There is a standard that they have to reach where their hip crease must get below the top of the knee joint, which can be hard, honestly, to get. So especially consistently and under pressure on these first couple lifts, when you're maybe a little bit nervous, a little bit tight, you just got to get 2 out of 3 referees to agree that you got it low enough. Otherwise, you might see a couple yellow cards maybe for skipping some of those commands, but that's pretty rare.
And we see 2 good lifts once again, and you see the 2-to-1 decision on the left on platform 1. Again, we have that red card at the bottom of the light indicating depth is what you were alluding to, the most common infraction on squat. He did not squat low enough, but he gets the 2-to-1 decision. The lift is good. So we head on to our next 2 lifters. One on platform 1, Kyle Chai, 177.5 kilos. On platform 2, we have Skylar Normandy with 175 kilos.
Yeah, and sometimes you might wonder, okay, you do need a 2 out of 3 majority, but why does it need to be a majority decision necessarily? Why isn't it always unanimous? Sometimes the side judges can differ from each other simply because the lifter does squat unevenly and can be higher or lower on one side than the other, but each side judge is really only looking at their given side.
Right, very common to see somebody with an anatomical difference getting in the way. As we have 2 more successful lifts, 3 white lights once again. Heading on to Victor on platform 1 with 195 kilos and Uriel, 190 kilos on platform 2. So far, we have all successful squats, only 1 red light thrown out, 2-to-1 decision. The lift is good. You know, we spoke about the depth being an issue. You see Uriel on platform 2 with 2 chalk marks on his hips. A lot of times when you have an all-black singlet, that helps the referees see your depth easier. This way you're not getting any phantom red lights, as we see him get 3 white lights there. And Victor on platform 2 missing the rack a little bit, but great job from our spotters and loaders as he gets 3 white lights as well. Emmanuel Paul Valderrama on platform 1, 202.5 kilos. Peter Nguyen on platform 2, 210 kilos.
Yeah, and sometimes the different stances that you'll see during squats can make it harder or easier to achieve depth, but that can also give or take with some strength in different muscle groups that are more or less dominant from some people. You'll see a lot of kind of a little bit of the wider stance for the last couple lifters on platform 2, which kind of allows them to get a little bit lower sometimes, but can also make it a little more unstable.
As we see a 3 white light lift there from Peter Nguyen, another successful squat. Emmanuel still getting himself set here. Still has 30 seconds to get the start command. Remember, 2 commands in the squat. You have the squat and the rack command. As soon as they call bars loaded, that 1-minute timer starts, and you have until you get that first squat command, until the timer no longer means anything.
Yeah, and I think we had it in one of the sessions earlier. You don't actually have to start your lift before the time comes out. You just have to get the command. So sometimes the lifters might operate on a little bit of a delay, but as long as the judge has said you're good to start the lift, lift is good.
And we see a no lift on 2 for depth. You see the 2 red cards beneath our lights that indicates it is depth. So we have different color combinations that are going to tell you the criteria as to why the lift is no good. Do you want to tell our audience what those colors are and what they mean?
Yeah, so on squat, the red card is going to be just depth. It is the most common infraction, so it gets its own color card to itself, so there's no questions asked. And then for blue, you're going to have a little bit of soft knees at the top, maybe a little bit of up and down motion as you're coming out of the bottom. That could be a cause for a blue card. And then yellow is, as we like to say, everything else, whether it be foot movement after the squat command has been given, whether it be the spotters assist you with the bar, whether you have a straight up fail, or you miss a command.
Right, yellow could be a plethora of things. Yellow is basically our catch-all for what isn't our red or blue, as we see successful lift from Khalil Gooden, 202.5 kilos is good for him. We have Terrell Monroe getting ready on platform 2. And platform 1, we have Sammy with 207.5. And there was a little bit of confusion on platform 2, and Terrell only has 3 seconds to get this squat command, and it looks like he's going to get it, but just in the nick of time.
And you saw he is one of the lifters that elects to lift 1 rack in and 1 rack out. That gets you the benefit of having the stability of racks out, but also the ability to walk it out a little bit more crooked with that one side being racked in. That's probably the side that he steps with first, is the side that gets pulled in. It's a benefit, and it can start your bar a little uneven sometimes, because when you tilt the one side and not the other, it makes it a little crooked.
And as we just got done talking about the lights, we have a 2-to-1 lift on 1, 2 blue cards, so probably indicating from our side referees that those knees were not locked at either the commencement of the lift or the finishing of the lift. As we go to Nicholas Platier on platform 1 with 207.5, and JC Emmanuel with 215 on platform 2.
Usually the blue cards with the knees are going to be more at the end of the lift than the beginning, because the side referees give the start command before the head referee gives the start command, and you have to have 2 out of 3 referees agree that it's time to start before you get to start on your lifts. So if your knees aren't locked out at the beginning of the lift, usually they'll tell you to re-rack. They'll tell you so that you don't start a lift with it being a bad lift.
And we're going to head on to a name that we're going to talk about quite a bit today on platform 2, Peter Huang, our top qualifying 67.5 kilo lifter, 220 opener for him, dropping down from the 75 kilo weight class to compete with the 67.5s. It's interesting to see how someone can maintain their strength while dropping body weight. We'll see how it works out for him today, as we see a 3 white light lift to start out the day.
Yeah, dropping a weight class can make you maybe a little bit more competitive in your weight class, but it also is hard to kind of maintain strength when you drop down a weight class. You'll see a lot more of these athletes that we saw this morning, and in this session, a couple this afternoon will have to cut weight to make their weight class more so than some of the athletes later in the weekend, and sometimes that can cause a strength drop off. But several of these athletes might be 6 to 8 pounds over the night before even, and they'll maybe sauna or sweat it off or cut water weight to make the weight, and then they have that 2 hours after they weigh in to rehydrate and get themselves back up to peak strength to try and get as many lifts good as they can.
Sky Wu on 1 with 225 kilos. Preston Lee on platform 2 with 22.5 kilos.
Very low bar on 1.
And platform 2, we get 3 white lights as we head to the back of the top of our flight, starting out with David Hampton with 180 kilos. Platform 1, good lift, 3 white lights. And you mentioned that low bar. What are the advantages behind that, and what are the disadvantages behind that?
Yeah, so I had mentioned earlier that some different squat stances can give you more stability or inability to achieve depth maybe. The low bar is going to, as you move the bar lower on your back, you get a more stable foundation with your low bar. You're less likely to tip over forward in terms of stability, but it also usually causes you to lean forwards a little bit because you have that bar over your back. So in order to keep it on your back and up instead of from sliding down even further than it already is, sometimes it can throw you off balance a little bit and you might lean forwards, and then when you lean forwards you can't always hit depth, but most squatters are stronger and more stable in the low bar position.
And we see a good lift from Brandon Chavers and a good lift from David Hampton, although David's looked a little bit tough. Maybe taking a smaller jump here is the right move for him on his third. He took 15 kilos from 1 to 2, which is a very aggressive jump, especially for a lighter weight lifter. We'll see what he decides to do for that third.
Yeah, I think kind of the average industry standard for jumps on squat is anywhere from 7.5 to 12. So once you get outside of that, it's kind of a big jump where they're feeling either really confident or maybe if you're a little bit under that, maybe it indicates that as they make that jump, maybe the first one didn't feel quite like they had planned it to.
Landon Longoria on 1, 225 kilos. Ivan Kala on 2, making a 10-kilo jump from his opener to 180. And it looks like we got a good lift on 2 and a good lift on 1. And Sammy Din here is getting a reattempt at the end of the flight. I have not gotten confirmation as to why, but if there's an issue or an infraction on one of their lifts and they take it up with the jury and the jury allows them a relift, they will get a relift at the end of the flight. So this is technically the second time he's coming out here to squat. He's getting to reattempt 207.5 kilos as his first attempt, and then he will go throughout the meet as usual. Soon as we get confirmation as to what happened, we'll let you know. But for now, this will count as Sammy's opener, 207.5. And on 2, we have Skylar Normandy with 185 for his second attempt at making good work of that.
Yeah, there's a couple of reasons why you might be granted that relift, and that relift is harder than the first time you did it, but he gets it good, 2-1. But some of those reasons why it might be granted a relift is maybe if they loaded it incorrectly, if they loaded less than what you had attempted, they grant you the attempt that they had been loaded on the bars, and they also round down to the next valid attempt. So if you want what weight you had initially selected, you have to retake it unless you want to take the lower weight that maybe they had loaded, or if they overloaded it and you can take credit for the overloaded weight. But then another thing could just be if maybe the spotters interfered with the bar, took it a little bit too early. And then the third reason would be somehow if the lifters maybe got out of order when they load the weights out of order.
Right,
or
we've
the
seen that
lifters
happen
go in the
before.
wrong order. They move them to the end of the flight just because as a lifter it's unfair to just – they can't unprogressively load the bar during the flight. They have to do it at the end of the flight. And the lifter also has to know, oh, I'm up next versus just being told go now or, oh, you're supposed to be 2 minutes ago.
And we're back to the top of the flight on Platform 1 as we see a successful lift for Isaac Pitts on his second attempt. And then on Platform 2, a missed lift from Uriel Choi. Unfortunately, missing it on strength, 202.5 kilos. Probably the smart move there either to scratch or reload. What does your typical process look like if you fail a second attempt on strength?
Well, first I try not to panic because it happens. when you fail a second attempt, which is still a lift you probably should be able to make pretty consistently, your coach is going to have to try and calm you down in the back room. If you fail an attempt on strength, the best bet's going to be to retake it. You're going to try and analyze what went wrong. Was it a true strength fail, or was it more of a misgroove? Did you lose balance a little bit? Can you brace a little bit tighter the next time? Was your belt in the right spot? Were your shoes tied tight enough? You're just going to want to make everything just a little bit better the next time around.
And a possible nightmare scenario for Alberto on platform 2, missing 210 once again. And if you don't register an attempt for one of these lifts, your total goes as 0, or more commonly known in the slang term, bombing out of a meet, where you get disqualified because you can't register an attempt. He misses on depth. It's not on strength, so he's not totally out of it right now, but definitely going to want to reload that on his third. Alberto 0 for 2 so far getting into this, as we move on to Kyle Chai on platform 1 with 187.5 kilos, and Terrell Monroe 222.5. Remember, Terrell's right behind Peter Huang in terms of forecast. So we see a good lift on platform 1 from Kyle.
Yeah, and when you talk about that top battle, there's going to be some games played even early on with attempt selection. Are they going to try and make up that difference on the squat, or are they going to save it to later and play conservative until the end of the meet when they maybe swing for a big deadlift?
As we see a successful lift from Terrell there. Victor on platform 1 with 205 kilos. Taking a 10-kilo jump from his opener.
He fought through it on the way up. Maybe it looked like he cut it a little at the bottom.
And as you alluded to, 2 reds from the side, and that's the most common depth to get when you get the 2 reds from the sides, because they have the best view at the depth. So unfortunately going to be a no lift there. Peter Nguyen on 2 with 230 kilos.
Yeah, the technical rulebook encourages judges to give the lifter the benefit of the doubt. So a lot of times when you're getting the depth calls on squat and they're from the 2 side judges, more often than not, the front judge maybe was questioning it but wasn't quite sure because they have that worse angle. So they give the lifter the benefit of the doubt, knowing that the side judges are there to do the job as well for the majority decision if that needs to be called.
Right. You never want to throw a red unless you're 100% sure. As we head on to Emmanuel Paul Valderrama on platform 1 with 212 kilos, and JC Emmanuel Mbiba on platform 2, 230 kilos. And JC, his lift is good, 3 white lights. Emmanuel on 1, his lift is good, 3 white lights. So far, a pretty clean meet for the most part. We've had a couple of lifters who are getting into some trouble with these missed lifts, but for the most part, we're seeing a lot of successful attempts. We're going to head on to Khalil Gooden on 1 with 212.5 kilos. And then platform 2, we have Peter Huang, pretty comfortably and forecasted in first place, 235 kilos for Peter. And Peter's lift is good, 3 white lights. Khalil getting set up on the bar on platform 1.
We'll move back up to the third attempts at the top of the flight there on platform 2. We did have one lifter, Preston, who scratched squats 2 and 3. You are allowed to do that. You get 3 attempts, but you don't have to take them. You can kind of just take your attempt and say that's good enough, or that's all I have for the day, and not waste energy on attempts you don't think you're going to make. Or maybe if we're injured a little bit and we don't want to flare anything up before bench or deadlift.
So Khalil Gooden on 1, missing from depth from the front call, and then the side call is blue. You know, any 2-to-1 decision we can protest with the jury, and typically they say when you have those mixed colors, you want to go protest it because it seems like there might be something off with the referee's decision there. So we see David Hampton fight through a third attempt squat, 5-kilo jump. That second one did not move too well, but he makes good work of his third, getting 3 white lights.
Yeah, and you talked about the jury. Something exciting about this national meet is that there is a jury for each platform at this national meet. Most nationals that we have had the last couple of years, it's hard to get enough judges in and referees in that are qualified high enough to be on the jury. So a lot of times you'll split a jury between 2 platforms, but each platform should have its own jury at this meet. So we are extra thankful that we could get enough staff and referees in to help with that. And then you also can protest a lift that is 3-0 as well, but it is very hard and very unlikely that that will ever get passed, but you're welcome to ask.
And having an attentive jury is so important in these late game scenarios where you have very close calls, some that might decide the placement at the end of the meet. So making sure the jury is active and watching is so important given the case that you need to protest. Having those extra jury members for each platform assures that we have attentive jury throughout the entire meet. Nicholas on 1. A little bit of a sticking point there, 215 kilos.
Yeah, he did good to not panic. He kind of hit a hole right at the bottom.
3 white lights, the lift is good. Skylar Normandy on 2, 192 and a half. Skylar making good work of that third, and he knows it. You can just see in the attitude there. 3 white lights, the lift is good. Braden Chavers on 1, 235 kilos. And Uriel Choi reloading his second attempt of 202.5 kilos on 2. Braden Chavers makes a 10-kilo jump look pretty easy, and the lift is good, 2-1. Got a blue from the side there, but nonetheless, the lift is good. Uriel, very controlled descent here, and just a little bit too much out of the hole. It's going to be a no lift once again for Uriel. He'll get credit for 190 on his opening attempt. Sky Wu on 1, 237.5 kilos. This was the lifter that you mentioned has this very low bar placement on his back. And we look on platform 2 as Alberto comes up. He needs this to stay in the meet, failing his first and second attempts. Technical failures on them, so definitely something that can be improved on. It's more of a panic mode when you're failing on strength.
Needs to get low enough.
It's definitely going to be close here. That's not going to be a gimme from the referees. Let's see what they say. And the lift is good, and a sigh of relief from Alberto as he's in the meet. You know, you prep for so long for 9 minutes of lifting, and it can be over just like that. And in the highest pressure moment possible, he gets it done. 210 kilos, he's back in. Let's see if he can catch some mojo going into bench and deadlifts. So we head on to Landon Longoria on 1 with 237.5 kilos, and then Terrell Monroe on 2 with 230 kilos. Landon Longoria's squat looked a little bit close on depth, but nonetheless gets 3 white lights. And we're back to the top of the flight on 1 with Isaac Pitts, 162.5 kilos. Nice fight from Terrell on 2. And the lift is good.
Yeah, Yeah, and Isaac, I wonder if he's struggling with maybe a little bit of an injury or something. I believe he competed at high school nationals not too long ago and opened with either 160 or 165. So I have no doubt he's going to make this. He's going to crush it. But sometimes he might scale back either to save energy for later lifts or just maybe if something's been struggling lately. Very capable of this.
And you could almost see it in his face that maybe there was some sort of pain in that squat, like you alluded to. So maybe a little bit of an injury he's dealing with. Hopefully nothing too serious. I mean, he's still out here lifting, so he's got that going for him. But no lift there as we see Peter Nguyen very smoothly fly through his third attempt, and the lift is good. 3 white lights. Heading on to Luke Siebert on 1, reattempting 185, which was his second attempt. Luke failing his second attempt on depth. See if he can find his spot and get low here. JC Emmanuel Mbimba on 2 with 235 kilos.
Yeah, you can tell he took that 15-kilo jump and now just a 5, a little bit smaller of a jump, so.
And Luke's squat is going to be very close. We'll see what the referees call here. But that was right in the line, and you see it there, 3 reds, no lift on depth. As we see JC Emmanuel, 2-1, the lift is good.
And as much as you'll love to see the 3 white lights versus the 2 white lights as a lifter, at the end of the day, you'll take any lift that's a good lift.
Kyle Chai on 1. 195 kilos. Peter Huang on 2, 247.5 kilos. We spoke about that cut from Peter, how it might affect him today. So far, looking pretty good and looking pretty confident as he's all smiles on the platform right now. 247.5 as a 67.5 kilo lifter. He's forecasted in first currently. Can he add to his total? And you see a little bit of the shakes there. And the lift is no good on depth for Peter. 2-1, and you got to start looking to see if he's going to go protest to the jury on something like that. Such an important lift as we close out squats on platform 2 and see a good lift from Kyle on platform 1. But we'll keep you updated on that situation because that definitely warrants a jury visit as Victor Santernino comes up on 1 with 207.5 kilos, and Brooklyn Cooper opening up our second flight for our 56-kilo women on platform 2.
Yeah, and Peter's really going to want that squat back. He's still forecasted in first, but right now he's sitting in 4th after the squats, so now he has a little bit of ground to make up.
And we see 2 very different looking squats here as Victor fights it through and Brooklyn just stands up nice and easy for 3 white lights. And Victor gets 3 white lights as well.
Picture perfect demonstration of both the speed and mentality associated with first attempts versus third attempts. Makes that first attempt on platform 2 nice and calm about it, ready to keep going, hit some bigger weights. And on platform 1, we made that third attempt, and we had a little bit of a celebration there, which is well-deserved.
Khalil Gooden on 1 with 212.5 kilos. Margaret Ivanova on platform 2, 110 kilos. And again, we're seeing that contrast between opening attempts and third attempts. So when you go to select your openers, you give them into the referee. What is going through your head in terms of attempt selection and why?
Yes. So athletes weigh in 2 hours before the competition. When they weigh in, they have their attempt cards that each athlete gets. They will submit their openers on that attempt card and then initial the card saying everything looks correct. So usually these openers are well pre-planned out in advance, well tested. A good rule of thumb is an opener that's something you could do even on your worst day. So an opener is going to be something that athletes have likely either tripled or 5-repped, maybe even sometimes in practice. And then you're going to kind of use that as a stepping stone as well to give yourself a high enough start that's easy enough that you know you can make it, but also high enough that you can jump to your final numbers that you want to hit on the day.
Emmanuel Paul Valderrama on 1 with 222.5 kilos, taking 10 kilo jumps from 1 to 2 and 2 to 3. On 2, we have Kaylin Harrington with 115 kilos.
Not easy on 1, but a good lift with 3 white lights.
And we see on 2, Kaylin getting 3 white lights as well. As we head on to Sammy on 1 with 225 kilos, Stephanie Dew on platform 2, 125 kilos for Stephanie.
You hear the battle cry on platform 1 getting ready for Sammy's third. I can kind of get their adrenaline going up a little bit, help calm the nerves down real quick before they squat. Let's see it.
And remember, Sammy having that reattempt, so technically this is his 4th time coming out to squat and still making it look very smooth and easy. It's not easy to recover from something like that. And he gets the 3 white light, or two white lights, 1 for a blue card. We have 3 white lights on 1 for Stephanie. Good lift there. Nicholas on platform 1 with 225 kilos. Katie on platform 2 with 125 kilos.
Katie is always an athlete to watch whenever she steps on the platform, showcasing both strength and power, but also a little bit of stylistic flair, which she takes a lot of pride in.
An easy opener there for Katie.
Moves like nothing.
2 to 1, the lift is good. Getting a red card from the side for depth. And Nicholas, what a fight through the hole, and he knows it.
Yeah, there was some wavering at the bottom, we'll see.
And 3 white lights for Nicholas. The lift is good. Way to grind through that one. Brandon Chavers up next with 242.5. Linda Pham on 2 with 130. Brandon getting himself set up. Linda at the bottom of the squat. Very tough opener for Linda. Not quite sure what's going on there. That's something you want to see from your lifter this early on. She gets the 3 white lights, but that's going to limit your attempt selection when it comes to second attempts there. And Brandon Chavers grinds out a lift. 2 to 1, the lift is good.
Yeah, in the middle he leaned to the side a little bit, but you're allowed to lean to the side and shift back and forth, so then it becomes a matter of interpretation about whether there was up or down motion during that lean to the side. That's why that one side judge maybe wasn't quite convinced about it. That is the side he leaned towards, so it might have been a little rougher on that side, but good from the 2 judges. That's all you need.
Kay Serapio, 132.5 on platform 2. Maybe a tad high there. No, 3 white lights. It's the one thing about those closer stance squats. Sometimes they can look like they're high because you can hardly see that hip crease coming through, but she gets it on the board as we see Sky Wu unracking 247.5.
He gets the re-rack command. You see the referee's going to go tell him what he was doing wrong so that he can start from a good position.
Alexandra Rutherford on platform 2. Easy opener, 135. And the lift is good for Alexandra.
Yeah, he lost a little balance there on platform 1. So with that, he's going to time out between the re-rack and the balance loss. Usually kind of rule of thumb is you probably have time to re-rack it once, but not twice. So
Yeah, even once, depending on how extravagant your setup can be, could cause a whole world of issue. As we head on to Landon Longoria, 250 kilos for this 67.5 kilo lifter. Very strong squat for a junior lifter. Platform 2, we have Jennifer Chen, 140 kilos. Smooth enough, and the lift is good. 3 white lights. Now down to our bottom lifter in platform 2 as well for our opening attempts. Shannon with 140 kilos.
you see Shannon on 2 making some motion there to the spotters, clearly indicating that one of the racks was supposed to be in. Now, if she had indicated that on her rack heights, then her clock will be reset. But if that is something she decided last minute that she wanted to change maybe in the warm-up room and she hadn't indicated that, then her clock runs while they make that adjustment.
It does say here in LiftingCast that it is supposed to be in, so she will be given a fresh clock here. An easy opening attempt from Shannon as we are finished on platform 1 for flight D, and we head on to flight E. Another flight of 56 kilo women lifters, starting out with Abigail Morrow, 65 kilos for Abigail. Brooklyn Cooper on platform 2 with 115 kilos as we start second attempts there.
Abigail on platform 1, just a teen 1 lifter, so very young. Hopefully we'll see her around for many, many more years to come, but definitely a good place to start, getting started early at Nationals.
Yeah, and you see no knee sleeves, no belt, no wrist wraps, just a singlet, completely raw lifter as she gets 3 white lights. Brooklyn Cooper on 2.
Very speedy on the way down.
Three white lights for Brooklyn. Addison Campbell on 1, a teen 3 lifter. 80 kilos for Addison. Margaret Ivanova on platform 2. 117.5 kilos. And we see a very easy opening attempt from Addison Campbell. And the lift is good. 3 white lights.
I don't love how she throws her head around when she lifts. I think that can maybe become an issue as you get into some heavier weights that you need to be technically more perfect on compared to an opener.
Margaret Ivanova getting a blue card from the front. Most likely a soft knee situation there because we did not see too much up and down movement that could warrant a blue card. Nonetheless, gets the lift on the board as it is only a 2-1 decision. Zomara on platform 1, 100 kilos. Ava on platform 2, 120 kilos. You see she has the 2 rack heights in. And on 1 and 2, we get 3 white lights each. The lift is good. Heading on to Kristen Denny on platform 1 and Kaylin Harrington on platform 2. And Kristen's lift is good, 3 white lights. Kaylin's lift is good, 3 white lights. And we are moving through the women's flight so far. Not a single failure so far through either platform. So we head on to Annie Wang on platform 1 with 110 kilos, and then Stephanie Du on platform 2, 132.5 kilos.
Goes back to what I said earlier about how misses and makes are contagious.
It's about how you want your second attempt to look from Stephanie Du. Not too easy, a little bit of work, but she's got some room to grow there. Lift is good, 3 white lights. Annie Wang on platform 1, making her opener look very easy, very technically sound, and she gets the 3 white lights as well.
I was going to agree with that as well. It looks very technically clean and correct. So it's what you like to see, because if you have good technique, then you have the ability to make harder weights move easier.
Isabella Van Horn on platform 1, 115 kilos. Katie on platform 2, 132.5 kilos. And this one is going to be close on depth as well. She got the 1 red card from the side last time. And she gets 3 white lights this time, so actually the judges agree that that was a better lift than her first one. Good lift, and Isabella gets a good lift on 1 as well. So we head on to Zoe Myers, 115. Linda Pham on 2, 135.
Yeah, sometimes judges, maybe you don't even squat any differently, but maybe they have a little bit of a different angle if you like walked it out further or something than the time before, so you can kind of convince people from different angles that your squat was either high enough or low enough to deserve different colored lights.
It's very true, and one of the reasons that we have different referees placed in different positions. And we see a good lift from Zoe, a fight from Linda Pham. And she gets 2-1. The lift is good. What a grind she had to have on that second. How do you approach this third? Do you scratch or do you load more?
I think it was a fight, but there wasn't a breakdown of technique during the fight, so I think she still has more and should take the third attempt, even if it is just the 2.5 kilo jump instead of another 5, because as we said when we introed this session, these flights have more athletes in them than some of the weight classes we have seen so far this weekend, so they're really going to want that 2.5 at the end of the day.
At what point do you consider a scratch the right move, as we see a successful lift there from Carla on 1?
2 reasons. Reason number 1 is if you feel like you hurt yourself, don't go out there and do it again. Reason number 2 is, are we at, on our second attempt, an RPE 10 or our imaginary higher than 10? Which, when you're perceiving your execution to be a 10, it literally means that you don't think you can do anymore. So as the athlete, if you don't think you can do it, you can't do it. So you just have to kind of be honest with your coach there. And sometimes things might look slow, but they might feel fine. So if they feel fine, but they look slow, then absolutely go again.
Jamie Grazier with 120 on 1. Jennifer Chen with 145 on 2. Both successful lifts there.
Jennifer on 2 drifted forwards a little bit, but did a good job to keep her chest up to be able to pull herself back up and make the correction in the middle of that squat.
Manami Numoto on platform 1 with 127.5. Alexandra Rutherford, 145 for her second attempt on platform 2. So going back to our conversation about scratching the third, does end up that Linda Pham is going to scratch her third. Maybe just a little too heavy for her on the day, but probably got the most out of her squats. As we see Alexandra Rutherford stand that one up and get a 3 white light decision. Manami on platform 1, 3 white light decision. Heading into our final lifters of each flight, one for our openers, one for our second attempts. Closing out our opening attempts on platform 1, we have Gracelyn Holland with 135. On platform 2, finishing up our second attempts, we have Shannon Sadwani, 150 kilos.
It might look kind of funny, but you notice nearly every lifter goes up there and kind of shakes the bar on their back a little bit. There is knurling on the center of that bar where it's textured, and they're just trying to feel that out to make sure the bar is fully centered on their back and then also pressed into the top of their shoulders there or on their back, wherever they've chosen to have their position. They don't really want it to sit there because it'll fall when you pick it up, so you want to press it all the way down before you pick it up so that it doesn't move down any further on the lift off.
And we once again see 2 more successful attempts. Not a single missed lift throughout the first 2 attempts on platform 2, and not a single missed lift throughout our openers on platform 1. Very clean lifting here. We have Linda Pham scratching her third, but that's about it. Abigail Morrow on platform 1, starting second attempts out, 75 kilos. Brooklyn Cooper on platform 2, starting out our third attempts, 117.5 kilos.
And we do have that first miss on platform 1. I think you jinxed her.
Yeah, the old announcer's jinx.
But that was just a little bit too high. You could kind of see it from the front, too. I'm a little surprised it was 2-1 there, but...
Abigail Morrow, no lift, and then Brooklyn Cooper, no lift on strength, making a 2.5 kilo jump to her third, but still just a little bit too much. Addison Campbell on platform 1 coming up with 87.5 kilos. And that's the head movement that you alluded to earlier.
It's not going to be super surprising to see some fights and maybe a couple misses on platform 2 because they are on their third attempts. But platform 1, we should still be seeing good lifts and mostly good technique on platform 1 as they're working through their seconds still.
So Mara on platform 1, 105. Margaret on platform 2, 122.5. And the lift is good for Margaret. Zamara's second attempt squat, a little bit sticky there towards the middle. But we see a good lift from Zamara. Zoe Myers coming up on 1 with 120 kilos. Ava on platform 2 with 125 kilos for her third attempt. Ava's going to have to fight a little bit, but sticks out of that hole and looks pretty good. 3 white lights.
An excellent demonstration of depth with the close position there on platform 1. You could see it from the front that it was 110% there. No issues and 3 white lights.
Up next, Kristen Denny on platform 1, 120 kilos. Kaylin Harrington, 127.5 kilos on platform 2. Lift is good for Kaylin on 2. A little bit of a fight for Kristen on 1. And no lift for her on depth. 3 red lights, 3 red cards. All 3 judges in agreement that that squat was just a tad high. Annie Wang on 1 coming up with 120. Katie on 2 with 135 kilos, making a small 2.5 kilo jump.
She wants these 2.5 kilos for her total at the end of the day to make a difference in placement.
And very smooth squat from Katie. And 2-1, the lift is good. Got a depth call from the front, but Nonetheless, it is a good lift with the 2-1 decision. And Annie Wang on platform 1 gets 3 white lights. Carla Hanna coming up on 1 with 122.5 kilos. Stephanie Du on platform 2 with 137.5 kilos.
That's excellent on platform 2. Well fought for the 300-pound squat.
And 3 white lights. The lift is good. Carla Hanna, 122.5 kilos. 2-1, the lift is good. Heading on to Isabella Van Horn on 1 with 125. Case Serapio on 2, 142.5 kilos.
You might notice that the spotters and loaders kind of shift around. And you kind of change positions during the meet, and you have different ones as you come up with different people. That's because they have a hard job, and they're usually here kind of for 3 sessions all day for the entire event. So they'll swap out between people just to make sure that they're 100% attentive and aware to increase both speed of the meet and also guarantee our lifters' safety.
Jamie Grazer on 1, 127.5 kilos. Jennifer Chen on 2, 150 kilos. And yeah, the spotting and loading is probably the unsung heroes of the meet. One of the hardest jobs all weekend, loading thousands and thousands and thousands of volume of pounds and being able to catch a lifter just like that at a moment's instance, really just saving them from further injury.
Yeah, they have to be able to make that instantaneous decision of, are they still have a chance to make this, or do I need to take this from them so that they don't hurt themselves? Because those bars are heavy, so if they don't take it right away and they were to fall, that can fall quickly.
So we see a good lift from Jamie Grazer on platform 1. Heading on to Manami Numoto with 135. Alexandra Rutherford on platform 2 with 150. Very slow and controlled squat. Tough out of the hole, and unfortunately will not go for Alexandra.
Yeah, I think that probably was more of a technique thing than a strength thing there, honestly, even though it kind of looked like she failed it on strength. I think she came up behind with her legs more without remembering to bring her chest and her back up as well with the bar, so it leans forward, and then you can't get out of that position once you get in it, because to get out of it, you would have to go back down.
Manami with a good lift there, 135. It is good. Heading on to Gracelyn Holland with 142.5. On platform 2, we have Shannon Sadwani with 155. Very smooth. And the lift is good for Shannon, and that finishes up squats for our second flight. So we head on to our third flight, and we see Gracelyn Holland back on platform 1 with 142.5. The lift is no good. She did not squat low enough. So we're back to openers for our third flight on platform 2, opening up with Olivia Gottlieb, 122.5.
Coming out back to platform 1 is Abigail. Missed her second 2-1 from the side judges on depth. It moved very well, so she goes up to 82.5. A little bit of a smaller jump than she took from first to second, but she's going to have to take this one lower.
As we see a good lift from Olivia on 2. And this depth is close. It definitely looks deeper than her second. But is it convincing enough to our referees? It is. 3 white lights.
I know this is Raw Nationals, but the way she squats, I think, would suit very well to Equipped if she ever wanted to transition over. But
Yeah, the wide stance, the hips shifting backwards on the way down. Very reminiscent of Equipped lifting. As we see Jessica Bailey Tyler on platform 2 with 130. The lift is good. 3 white lights. Addison Campbell on platform 1 making a 7.5 kilo jump to 95 kilos. Very quick descent there. Very close on depth, but 3 white lights. The lift is good.
yeah, she kind of surprised me with how quick she went down. Blink and you'll miss it, but very well done.
Adeline Goldberger on 2. Xiomara Salinas on platform 1, 110 kilos. And Adeline's opener is good. 3 white lights. Zamora getting set under the bar with 110.
We are on that last flight on platform 2, but just a moment for our ladies in flight 2 because we had 29 attempts taken, and if you don't count that last scratch, they made 26 of them. So a 90% hit rate at a powerlifting meet is crazy incredible, especially on something like this where you're on the national stage and there's a lot of pressure and it's loud.
Autumn Kirk. 3 white lights. The lift is good. Kristen Denny on 1. Reattempting her second attempt of 120.
Crazy fight, so slow on platform 1. We'll see.
And unfortunately, it's going to be 2-1 on depth. And she will not get on the board. She will get credit for her 110 as her opener. Alessia on platform 2 with 132.5. Pretty smooth looking opener for her. And the lift is good. 3 white lights. Zoe Myers on 1, jumping 2.5 kilos from her opener. $122.5 for Zoe.
Trying to get that extra 2.5 kilos. And you saw there she just started to go down, so they had to grab that bar from her. Just a little bit too fast, I think. Caught herself off balance.
Alana Glicksman on platform 2 with 140 kilos. Annie Wang, 125 on platform 1.
Textbook of an opener on 2 for Alana.
And just like that, she gets the 3 white lights as well. The lift is good. Annie Wang getting herself set up for her 3rd attempt.
Yeah, and on...
Annie's going to have to fight. She's going to have to fight, and just a little too heavy.
What an incredible job to hold it that long in the middle at that position. It's not an easy position to be in, and it's an even harder position to fight through. That'll be there super soon.
Laura Sue, her opener is waiting judge's signal here. Good. 3 white lights. Isabella Van Horn, 130 for her 3rd attempt.
I want to talk about like storylines in powerlifting. When they determine the flights, they put you in flights with people that have similar qualifying totals with you. So they'll try and group all the top athletes in one flight together on a platform, and then they'll take the overflow of lifters and put them in another flight. This flight F on platform 2 that we're in right now, they're on their openers. They have a wide range of seatings, which makes me believe we might kind of have some dark horses in this flight that maybe weren't necessarily expected to finish top 10, top 5 in that open division, but have improved so much from when they got their qualifying total that they have a good shot to make a difference on the medal podium and in those rankings. And Raw Nationals is more of an individual event than a team event, but there are also some athletes here are on teams, and there will be a team award handed out at the end of the weekend, and that's just determined by how the athletes on the team place throughout the weekend.
And Carla Hanna on 1, very smooth on the way up, but unfortunately misses on depth. Madeline Painter on 1, 145. The lift is good. And we're down to our final lifter of our openers there on platform 2. Cristal Paralit.
We've had 5 misses in a row on platform 1, so we're looking to change that trend.
As Jamie Grazer gets set up with 135. Cristal, her opener looks great. Jamie, her attempt looks great. As we turn to the judges' scorecards, Cristal, 3 white lights. Jamie, 3 white lights. Changing that trend of 6 straight misses on platform 1. Although that's typically what you tend to see as we get to our third attempts. You start to see those reds start to pop up because people are getting to their 100% maximum. Next lifters on 1, Manami Numoto on 2, Olivia Gottlieb, and we're seeing they're going to make her step off the platform. That's a good catch by the spotter and loader, but she was quick enough to where it doesn't matter. The only piece of equipment that you can adjust on the platform is your belt, and she was adjusting her wrist wraps. Gets away with it there, but they're not going to let that happen in the future.
And talking about her belt is not fastened properly. It's on the edge. Usually people will fasten it with both sets of holes. That can make it a little more easier for the belt to move around, but it also can give you a little bit more space. Maybe if you're on a non-adjustable lever where you have to choose kind of between one setting or the other, but you like your squat belt to be a little bit more room than your deadlift, you might kind of have it on the edge like that, but most athletes you're not typically going to see that with because it is kind of hard to get it to stay in place that way.
Yeah, and different preferences from different lifters. A lot of times you'll see a little bit of practices that aren't so common, and that usually comes with experience. Sometimes you go through your lifting, you go through your training, and you try something that you really like, and it's maybe something abnormal, but it works for you sometimes. So we see 2 good lifts there, one from Autumn Kirk, 140 kilos.
To be a powerlifter, you really have to be a creature of habit because this is not a sport where you get to go do something different every day. You're doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again. And so when you have a routine, you put on your belt a certain way, you put on your wrist wraps a certain way, you will repeat that every time. And changing something just as small as that or having something slightly tighter or slightly looser can mess you up when it's something you're not used to and you've done the same thing so many times.
Joy Clark starting us off for our Flight F on Platform 1. And she gets a replace the bar command and potentially knees not locked. Let's see if we can tell what the referee's saying. Okay, from body language, I'm assuming it is the hips. She's hinged over at her hips a little bit too much. She needs to stand upright. Gets the squat command. Hits depth easy. 115. The lift is good. 3 white lights. Adeline Goldberger on platform 2, 142.5. The lift is good. 3 white lights. I don't want to get the announcer jinx back in, but Flight F on platform 2, we have not seen a missed lift yet. All greens all around. So we head to Tina Elmore on platform 1 with 125 kilos. Alessia Floranovic on platform 2, 142.5 kilos. And what do you see there from Tina on 1? That might have been a little bit high. And she gets 2-1, one from the beam from the front judge. So maybe it's the front angle because we're looking at the same angle that front judge is looking at. But nonetheless, it is a good lift, and good lift on platform 2 as well for Alessia. Peyton Wilson on platform 1, 127.5. Alana Glicksman on platform 2, 150. And Peyton's opening attempt is good, 3 white lights. Alana Glicksman, 150 kilos.
Super controlled on platform 2. Every moment of that squat was planned out and executed well. 2-1, good lift.
Vicky Zen on 1 with 145, and she springs out of the hole. 3 white lights. So powerful from the bottom of that squat. Really takes advantage of that stretch reflex. Laura Sue on platform 2, taking a 7.5 kilo jump to 150. Shondell Yanni on platform 1. Another lifter, no belt, no knee sleeves. But she does opt for the wrist wraps, which I think most lifters would tell you that probably helps them the least on squat out of the 3. So we see a good lift from Laura Sue, and a little bit of a struggle from Shondell on 1. Good lift on 2. Good lift on 1. 2-1.
Yeah, because of the way she squats, those wrist wraps might be more helpful to her than somebody who has a little bit higher of a high bar squat. When you squat at an angle such as she squats, the bar can really want to slide down your back, and that can press into your hands and be somewhat painful if it presses so far. So when she gets leaned over at the bottom like that on her opener, you can tell that she's going to have to push into that bar to make the correction on the way up.
As we see Madeline Painter come in, 3 white lights. The lift is good for 152.5. And then on platform 1, we have Clara Johnston with 150. And very smooth opener from Clara. The lift is good, 3 white lights. Cristal Paralit on platform 2, 155. Rose Huang Stegura on platform 1 with 150. Cristal with a smooth second attempt on platform 2. 3 white lights, the lift is good. And Rose's opening attempt is good, 3 white lights. Ashley Joy Magtira taking a 12.5 kilo jump to 155 on platform 2.
And we talked about dark horses that are maybe not in the flight that they could have been seated with. She is seated, or she's forecasted second currently.
Oh, and maybe just a little too heavy. And 12.5 kilo jump is very high for a lifter in the 60 kilo weight class. And that might end up catching up with her because, as you mentioned, she's very close to the top of that podium. Those little misses, they come down to deadlifts. It's going to start to haunt you. Kinsey Peterson on platform 1. Lift is good, 155 kilos for her. Autumn Kirk as we start third attempts on platform 2, and a little bit of an issue. And she may have tried to adjust her wrist wraps one more time. And they're going to call her out on that, and she's going to have to get it rechecked by...
I think they were just out of order there.
Oh,
I think
they're
she
out
got
of order.
a little,
Yeah.
little excited. Wrong person walked
There
up.
we go. Kelly Spack on 1, 160. 3 white lights. Autumn Kirk on 2 and fights through it. And with all the confusion that goes on, having to squat that hard, that is impressive to fight through as we wait for our judge's signal. Good, 3 white lights for Autumn Kirk. And it's something that we spoke about earlier when it came to reattempts. We had a reattempt in the first flight on platform 1. We mentioned that, you know, sometimes lifters come out for each other and the order gets a little bit messed up, and it's not uncommon to see a lifter lift for somebody else and then they have to reattempt it at the end of the flight. Tiffany Mondablayan on platform 1, 160. Jessica Bailey Tyler on platform 2, 145.
Speedy fast on 1. That'll get our openers down to our last athlete there, and then they'll move to the seconds.
3 white lights on both platforms as we head to Charlie Leonard on 1, 162.5. Olivia Gottlieb on platform 2, 145.
And she hyped herself up 2 minutes ago. Tried to walk out a little early, but we're back and hopefully about to make 145 kilos.
You get yourself hyped up for an attempt and then you have something like that happen, and now you got to get back into the zone. That can be pretty tough. Let's see how it affects her here, especially taking a big jump like that. And she grinds through it, waiting our judge's signal, and the lift is good. 3 white lights.
Well done.
Yeah, it's a great way to hone in mentally, be able to lock that out. Joy Clark on platform 1, 122.5. Adeline Goldberger on platform 2, 147.5. Good fight from Adeline. And the lift is good, 3 white lights. Joy Clark on 1, nice deep squat, nice easy squat. And
Somebody
no
tell
doubt
her
about
coach
it.
to put some weight on the bar. It's easy for her.
Alessia Florjanovic, 147.5 on platform 2. Tina Elmore on platform 1 with 130. Gonna be a fight for Alessia. Grinds through it. The lift is good. 3 white lights. Tina Elmore on platform 1. And that might be close on depth on platform 1. We're going to have to take a look at our judges' scorecards, but yeah, she's going to get 3 reds for that and a blue, so maybe a little bit of a soft knee on her left. And still has that third attempt to come back, but she's going to have to sink that deeper because that was not near our standard that we're looking for. Alana Glicksman on platform 2, making a 5-kilo jump to 155. Peyton Wilson on platform 1, 7.5-kilo jump to 135. Oh, and a quick drop from Peyton Wilson. Great catch from our spotters and loaders. And a nice finish from Alana Glicksman. And she gets it on the board 2-1.
Yeah, you could definitely tell it was right there. Does just enough to get that to pass.
Vicky Zen on platform 1 with 152.5. Laura Sue, 155 on platform 2. Coming down to our final lifters on platform 2. Only 4 left until they take their 10-minute break before we head on to bench. Vicky Zen on racking 152.5. And Vicky just making these squats look easy today. Hardest part about that was re-racking the weight there. 3 white lights, the lift is good. Laura Sue grinding through her 3rd attempt. 3 white lights, the lift is good. Shondell on platform 1 with 155. Ashley Joy on platform 2, reattempting her 2nd attempt of 155 kilos.
Just gonna have to really lock in here, brace a little bit tighter, have a little bit more of a controlled descent and position at the bottom to be able to rebound out of this on this reattempt for Ashley Joy.
Shondell gets it on the board. And she finishes it out, but I'm looking at the depth here. She gets a yellow from the front. Maybe a command issue there, but nonetheless gets it on the board. 2-1, 155 is good for Ashley Joy. Rose Huang on platform 1, 157.5. And Rose gets 2-1. The lift is good. Madeline Painter, strong finish with 157.5. The lift is good, 2-1. Clara Johnston on 1, 160. Cristal Paralit on 2, 162.5. Cristal, our final lifter on platform 2. And unfortunately, just a little bit too heavy for Cristal, and that finishes up our session on platform 2 for squats. They're going to take a 10-minute break and get the bench set up.
And so we'll turn our attention over to platform 1. Full focus for these ladies finishing out 2nd attempts, and then they still have all of the 3rds to go.
Kinsey Peterson up first with 162.5. Midway through 2nd attempts here. Pretty solid lifting from these ladies so far. Only 2 missed attempts. And Kinsey makes this one look too easy. 162.5. The lift is good. Kelly Spack up next, taking a 10-kilo jump from her opener. 170 kilos. Next 3 lifters all attempting 170. Very tight competition today.
Yeah, I think the real difference today for these top couple ladies in this open 60 class is going to be made on the bench. A lot of them have really similar weight that they're squatting and deadlifting just based off what we have seen and projected openers for deadlifting, but I think there's maybe a little bit of a difference that can be gained or lost as they move to bench.
And we're heading on to Charlie Leonard with 170 kilos. Charlie with a smooth second. And the lift is good for Charlie. 3 white lights as we head on to Tiffany with 170 as well. And that's going to finish up our second attempts before we head back to the top of the flight for thirds.
Just make sure the bar is centered there. Have to have everything exactly perfect as you move through your seconds and your thirds.
And Tiffany, one of those lifters that you might have alluded to earlier, where one of them has a high hip, and sometimes that can get caught by the referees. Now, she gets 3 white lights there, but you'll notice at the bottom of her squat, one of her hips is higher than the other, and when it comes down to it, when it goes to depth calls, a lot of times you'll see that 2 to 1 from one side. But like we said, nonetheless, 3 white lights there, but something to pay attention to come on her third. As we head to Joy Clark back to the top of our flight, 127.5 kilos for Joy. And another easy looking attempt from Joy. Both her opener and her second attempt just absolutely flew, and that continues down to her third. Might see some contrast to that here with Tina Elmore coming up next with 130, reattempting her second attempt. She got a depth call from all 3 judges, and then a blue card probably for a soft knee from one judge. See if she can fix that here and really sink this one deep. And I'm not sure about that, and either way, it is not going to go. So unfortunately for Tina, she will only get credit for her opener of 125. And we head on to Peyton Wilson. $135 for Peyton. And that's just not going to go. Unfortunately, a repeat of her second attempt where it just doesn't make it out of the hole. So she will only get credit for her opener as well.
Yeah, speed can be a good thing and a bad thing. It can get you a little bit of a bounce out of the bottom sometimes, but it can also cause you to just lose control or catch yourself off guard as you move to the bottom. It can cause you to lose your brace a little easier if you're not controlling as much, which is what I think what we saw there.
Bars loaded for Vicky Zen with 160 kilos. And Vicky Zen's third attempt looking smooth. 3 white lights once again. Rose Huang Stegura up next, taking a 5-kilo jump from her second, 162.5 kilos. And you know, it looks like it could have been a little bit high, but hard to see with her long hair blocking her hip crease there. But nonetheless, 3 white lights.
Yeah, I think that was plenty low enough. I really don't think she could have asked for a better third squat there. She didn't. She got probably a weight that she was excited about to hit for the day on that third, but didn't use too much energy doing it, so won't have tired herself out for later.
Shondell Yanni up next with 162.5. Shondell's attempts earlier looked a little bit tough, but with each jump, looking confident under the bar. You're going to see it's tough out of the hole, but unfortunately can't get it there. Her opener still looked the same as that under coming out of the hole. So surprised she couldn't push through one more time as we head on to Clara Johnston with 167.5.
Yeah, it might have just been having had to have fought twice already, couldn't quite get it a third time in that same position. But you're right, all 3 did look very similar, so that out of position wasn't out of the ordinary for her. I think she was also wearing tennis shoes, which is a little unusual for the squat. As long as they're closed-toed athletic shoes, they'll pass through equipment check, but sometimes those can be a little bit hard to just press through the ground in.
Clara Johnston, 167.5 kilos for her third attempt. Nice and deep, and grinds it out. 3 white lights, the lift is good. Kinsey Peterson up next with 167.5.
In 5th currently, forecasted 2nd. She's going to want this to maintain that forecasted position. She gets it.
And the lift is good for Kinsey, and we're down to our bottom 3 lifters here
It looks
on
like
platform 1.
she might be a little bit of a deadlift specialist, so we'll be in for a treat later. Looks like we got a big number put in for that opener. Probably why she's bumped up a couple spots.
Kelly Speck taking a 2.5 kilo jump. Conservative call from her second, 172.5. And nice little fight from Kelly. Gave her a little bit of a work, but gets it on the board, 2-1. The lift is good for Kelly. Charlie Leonard, 175 kilos. And just an update on platform 2. We're about just a minute away from getting set up for bench time. And that will start out with our 67.5 kilo men. But for now, Charlie Leonard with 175. And this one's going to be a bit of a fight. Ooh, did we see some spotter interference there? Did you see what I saw?
Yeah, I think it was bumped, but I don't think that's a cause for a no lift because it was almost bumped in a detrimental way. I think it kind of got bumped down more up than anything, and sometimes that can throw you off. There definitely wasn't support provided to the bar, so.
And you see that side spotter even looked at the front referee to see if they were going to call anything there. And I'm sure the jury will have some sort of discussion about it. For now, it is a good lift. She's got a blue card from the front, but that was about it. And we're about ready to get set on platform 2 for bench. Tiffany on platform 1, finishing out our squats, 177.5 kilos.
Trying to finish us out here on a good note.
And she's going to have to fight, but unfortunately too much and a little bit of a struggle to get that back into the rack. As you see some other spotters get involved there. It will be a no lift, and that finishes off our squats on platform 1. We're going to bring you full screen for platform 2 as we start our bench here. Uriel Choi with 97.5 kilos.
And you see right away with this full screen view here, we might not be able to see it when we move back to split screen when platform 1 starts bench, but the referees on the side on bench moved back from, so on squats they'll take a 45-degree angle from the front, and usually on bench they'll move to kind of where you see them now at a 45-degree angle from the back. And what that allows them to see better is it gets, one, the rack out of their way because they'll be looking at arms and they can't look at those through the rack. But what it really allows them to see is if the lifter's butt comes off the bench or not. And it also allows them to have a clear view of the feet for if they shift or slide.
And we're seeing maybe some platform issues here as our referee Tony's pointing out to us here. Maybe a little bit of a, yeah, it's a little loose there. So good catch from our referees to make sure there's no issue in stability, issue with anything coming loose during these lifters' attempts. We're going to see a lot of heavy benches, a lot of heavy deadlifts later on as well. And good heads up from our side referee there. Skylar Normandy up next with 107.5 kilos. Skylar opting not to get a liftoff. So explain to us what the liftoff does for the lifter on the bench.
Yeah, so sometimes the hardest part of the bench is giving yourself your own lift off. It can be hard to kind of lift it over those bench pins, and right away there, I mean, you saw even on the way up, he kind of hit the bench pins, which you're allowed to do as long as it's not beneficial. But when you get the lift off from the designated spotter or loader giving you the lift offs, it can save you a little bit of energy as they pick it up for you and they hand it to you, so that all you have to do is the down and the press. And then they will kind of, the spotters will kind of grab it and re-rack it for you too on bench, so you don't drop it on your face basically. But there's the pro to the lift off is that it can save you energy and make sure that you are in the right position when you start. The con to the lift off is at a national meet or a local USAPL meet, you do not get to pick your lift off person. So you don't get to have them do it exactly the perfect way you like it. And we talked earlier about how powerlifters are such creatures of habit. We like everything to be perfect and the same every time. So when you go to a national level meet and somebody who to you is random, even though they're professionals and they've done this at so many meets and they do an excellent job, but to you is random, it can be detrimental sometimes if they don't know exactly how you want it handed to them. So if you're not, usually if you take a self lift off in the gym on all your heavy weights, you're going to do the same thing in a competition.
Right, and one thing that we emphasize to lifters is when you're explaining how you want that lift off to come to our designated spotter, you want to be as descriptive as possible. You want to make sure you get your point across. And even when you get to those second or third attempts, you're not just saying, oh, just like you did before, because they're doing this for 1,000 lifters throughout the weekend. They don't remember who you are. They're not going to remember exactly what it was before. So making sure you're descriptive each time you get set up. Peter Nguyen here with 130.
I think you can have, there's two main kind of types of lift off that you're going to get from the spotters. Lifters will kind of either go out there and tend to ask for the spotter to kind of guide it out, or they'll tend to ask them, can you pick it up? So like I know that when you have a big arch and you really have to press into the bench, you're going to really want them to bring it out instead of picking it up, because when they pick it up, it can sometimes pull you a little bit off the bench and out of position. But when they bring it out for you, it helps so that it's stable as you get ready to bench. Where when you have more of a flat back, close grip position, you're going to want them less of bringing it out and more of just lifting it up off of the racks for you.
So one thing that's more evident on the bench because of the angle that we're looking at here is that some of these lifters will lock out unevenly. And as we spoke about on the squat, that is legal to do. But what you can't do is start the concentric portion of the lift, meaning the upwards portion, and dip back down and then complete the lift. It has to be one straight movement up. It can come out unevenly, which you will see for some lifters here. Sometimes that can do with anatomical differences or them just pushing off of the bench a little bit off and different than they're used to. But you will see a couple lifters lock out unevenly.
Yeah, and the joke is that if you wanted to, you could bench completely one arm at a time.
As we see there.
But that's kind of unideal because it's going to get you into some bad positions sometimes if it's maybe a little bit heavier than your opener.
Preston Lee with 132.5 here. So one thing we can see at this angle is the hand of our referee in the right corner of your screen giving the commands. The bench is different from the squat and the deadlift because it has the most commands. It has 3 commands. You want to go over what those commands are?
Yeah, so your 3 commands, pretty simple. It's start, press, rack. Occasionally you'll get an old school referee who says bench, press, rack, but you really shouldn't be seeing that too much at a national level meet because the official commands are start, press, and rack. But the start command means you can go down. You have to demonstrate a controlled stop at your chest. It actually doesn't have to be paused. It just has to stop. So if you can stop and go, then you'll get the press command, but you have to demonstrate that it stops. So that's where the quote-unquote pause element comes in. So you get the press command, you can go up with it. You have to hold it at the top, mostly just to allow the referees to demonstrate whether you actually fully locked it out and had control or not of the bar, and then you'll get the rack command. And once you get the rack command, the spotters will kind of help you guide it in.
JC Emmanuel here with 152.5.
For Darius Harris, coming to platform 2.
And JC's opener is good as we head on to Peter Huang, comfortably sitting forecasted in first place right now. Forecasted at 677.5. He's made incredible progress within his offseason while cutting down to the 67.5 kilo weight class from 75 kilos. Remember, he was our Pro Series champion just a while back, reigning national champion from the 75 kilo weight class. Very strong lifter, very experienced lifter, and putting on a clinic today so far. $157.5 for Peter. And the lift is good for Peter as we head back to the top of our flight for second attempts, starting out with Uriel Choi with 102.5 kilos. Update on platform 1, we're about 2 minutes away from starting bench there.
You know, we had mentioned earlier that as you come back out for your second attempt bench, you need to remind the spotter what you want for the liftoff. So you saw a good job there from Uriel. He just kind of came out and said, hey, remember, do it this way. And he's set to receive his liftoff.
102.5, 226 pounds for Uriel. And just too much. 5 kilos, not the biggest jump, but starting to affect Uriel here. Remember, on squats, he had issues on his second and third attempt, failing those as well. And unfortunately, we're seeing those issues carry into bench for him as well. Not the ideal meet that you're expecting when you come to nationals.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, if there's one lift that I know works really well when you're angry, it's bench. So I want to talk about anger bench. I kind of bet he's a little bit annoyed right now. But he did scratch his third. Do they just put that in on the LiftingCast, which is where we're following our live scoring. So maybe we'll get to see some anger deadlift there instead. But if he's just kind of having a rough day, maybe he's just going to want to turn his focus to that deadlift.
And we see Skylar Normandy get a successful lift on his second, 112.5 kilos. So we head on to Ivan Kala with 120. And we bring you back into platform 1 as we're going to start benches there, starting out with Isaac Pitts with 90 kilos.
Yeah, and we talk about at the end of the day, those national championship medals will be handed out in all of the different age divisions and the different categories. But beyond that, they also are looking to earn their right to earn a spot on Team USA to go to IDFPA Worlds later this year, which is held in Houston this year, so it's doable for a lot of the lifters, and they're looking to say, hey, maybe I could go to these championships if I do well at this meet. So it just adds an extra element of pressure.
Kyle Chi here with 107.5 on platform 1. Alberto on platform 2 with 132.5. Remember, Alberto had that scary moment on his squats where he goes 0 for 2 going into his third attempt and then ended up hitting it on his third. Hits his opener on bench, so no worries here. Still taking a small jump, 2.5 kilos. You see a successful lift from Kyle there. 3 white lights. And Alberto's going to have a little bit of an issue getting that locked out. He eventually gets it.
Yeah, we've kind of seen a lot of that unevenness on platform 2.
Landon Longoria on 1, David Hampton on 2.
It does sound like they thankfully have mic'd the referees
Yeah,
again.
I thought I heard that. Yeah.
I wasn't sure that I was hearing that necessarily on their first rounds. I don't know if they waited to hand them out or whatever. But when it gets loud in here, we talked about there's 3 commands on bench press, and you're not looking at the judge. So sometimes on squat, you might not be able to hear them, but you can see them, so you know that they said it. But on bench, you're not looking straight at the judge, so kind of got to really listen for it. So sometimes they'll hand out mics to the referees to make sure that the athletes can hear that. Otherwise, something that's weird actually when you're competing at these meets is you see the athletes have that screen behind them with the live video feed so that the audience can maybe see a little bit better from a distance. But when you're benching, if you don't have a super high arch, you can see yourself bench, but it's on a delay. It's on like a half-second or a 1-second delay. So it kind of messes with your head, and it can distract you when you go out there for the first time if you haven't been to a national meet before and know to expect that.
Yeah, that's the first I've seen this at nationals. I don't believe we had that last year. So we see 3 yellows coming from platform 1 on Luke Siebert. Believe he got a heaving call there. So once you get the press command, the bar cannot go back into your chest before you press out. It's a very tough call to make from our referees because it happens so quick and they're looking at so many other things. So very good on them to pick that up. Luke not having the best day so far. Failed his 2nd and 3rd squat and misses his opener bench. Let's see if he can make good on that on his 2nd. Sky Wu with 120. And Sky Wu's lift is good, and Terrell Monroe on platform 2 with 142.5. Terrell Monroe, long arms, very long range of motion. Let's see how that comes in to help him on deadlifts later. But he gets this lift locked out, and the judges say the lift is waiting our decision. 3 white lights, the lift is good. Khalil Gooden on platform 1 with 120.
Does a good job of minimizing that range of motion to maximize that bench press on platform 1. Can get a little bit dangerous because it can get hard to get off the chest sometimes when you have that positioning, but if you know how to make it work, it's going to up your bench press so much more.
JC Emmanuel on platform 2, having a solid day so far. 160 kilos for his 2nd attempt bench. He gets it locked out.
Yeah, he should at least match that 7.5 jump because that was easy still.
So as we hear our mic'd up referees, I always thought it was difficult enough for the athletes already competing across 4 platforms where you have to hear multiple referees. You know, if you're on platform 2, you're flanked by platform 1 and 3. So you're hearing multiple referees while you're benching. How could this affect the rest of our lifters while we have some of our referees mic'd up giving commands?
So You can hear the referees on other platforms when they mic them up when you're out there. It's just a natural consequence of something that is designed to give you an advantage but is imperfect. But most of the time, your platform is not going to be perfectly lined up with the other platform. You saw on platform 2, Peter just finished his good lift there, and on platform 1, Sammy is getting ready to go. So they're going to have to load the bar on platform 2 while Sammy goes to the lift, where those referees aren't going to be talking at the same times. But occasionally they might run a little bit offset, and every couple lifters overlap a little bit, and then you just kind of really have to pay attention. Hopefully it's not on your opener, so you kind of have a sense of maybe what your judge sounds like, but I think it's just kind of up to the lifter to know, oh, I'm ready to bench. I'm waiting for my command. There it is.
And Skyler cannot get his third attempt to go. Brandon Chavers on platform 1, 130 kilos. Ivan Kala on platform 2, 125 kilos. Three white lights on 1. And unfortunately, no good on platform 2 for Ivan. It's a long press command there.
Yeah, I think he just didn't demonstrate that controlled stop at the bottom. I think he was still wiggling around a little bit. I like the way he stood up, though.
And no lift for Victor. And that's not something that you want to see on your opener, failing on strength, and it didn't look like it ever really had a chance to go. 132 and a half, and that just comes down to attempt selection sometimes, and wonder what was going on in that warm-up room beforehand.
Yeah, two things. Right when he stood up, he grabbed the back of his left leg, which says maybe he was cramping, holding the position a little bit. After he grabbed the back of his leg, it looked like maybe he said something to the side referee, asked a question, which you're not technically supposed to do. Technically, you're supposed to ask the jury. But I think he was asking him maybe why he held the start so long, because I think he kind of held it for a little bit before he got that press command. And so I wonder if maybe he just had to hold that position for too long, causing him, 1, to lose strength, and 2, to cramp up a little bit.
Emmanuel, 145. The lift is good as we head back to the top of our flight on platform 1. And Alberto, unfortunately, cannot get 140 to go. Pretty big jump going from 2.5 from 1 to 2, and then back to a 7.5 kilo jump. Maybe he felt really good on that second. Got a little overzealous there.
Oh, yeah. On the live stream is Taya and my man, Lancelot Wade London.
That's Gino right there, giving us a visit. Good to see you. Isaac Pitts on 1 with 95 kilos. And that might be a bit of a heave there as well.
Yeah, I think it was more of a sink than a heave, because he does get that blue card for a little bit of that bar path kind of right there, with maybe what you were saying was a heave. It's kind of hard to tell whether he sinks into his chest before the command or he sinks in after, just because we can hear a little bit of the background noise, but where we are from the commentary booth, we can't necessarily hear each referee on each platform, so it's hard to know where that sync was lined up with the press command. Nonetheless, good lift.
Platform 1, Kyle Chi here 112.5 kilos. A bit of an uneven lockout, but gets it to the lock, and 3 white lights, and Preston Lee on platform 2.
Kind of looks
It's
like
gonna
he
be no
tried
good.
to press it twice.
Maybe trying to anticipate a bit of that press command. Sometimes that can get you in trouble.
Yeah, if you anticipate it but you don't actually get the command, you think, oh no, and you kind of have to stop. But then that completely throws you off your routine and your balance. It's a high risk, high reward situation.
Luke Siebert on platform 1, missing his opener. Got 3 yellows, which can be a plethora of things. I believe it was for the heaving. So it looked like he had a bit of a heave there. Terrell Monroe on platform 2, 145, taking a 2.5 kilo jump. Let's see, let's take a look at Luke's press here. And yeah, you see it sink into the chest a little bit before the press. And again, 3 yellows for a heave. And again, once you get that press command, that bar cannot sink back into the chest. What do you think about that call there?
I think that is a tight call. You could definitely see it. It's definitely there, but I think that's a real problem for him because he misses opener, he misses second, he has to go out and retake it on his third, but he's made it both times. So it's not a strength issue. It's not that he doesn't have the strength to do it today or that he's struggling or that he needs to brace tighter. He completely needs to change his technique. And if you haven't practiced that, that's incredibly hard.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if we could drum up any sort of silver lining for him, it's the fact that it's still the weight that he attempted for his opener. So it should be an easy attempt, like you said. Ooh, and that is why we have our face savers there, as well as our spotters and loaders. Sometimes things go awry if it pushes a little bit towards your face or something happens. Oh, looks like maybe a bit of a muscle issue. You can't tell if he's favoring the leg or his lower back, but hopefully he's all right.
I think it was the leg. I think he kind of didn't want to step on it. Definitely got helped off there. Hopefully he's all right. Likely he'll scratch that kind of just to, or he'll have to go see how he can deadlift and adjust after that.
Sky Wu on 1, 127.5 kilos. Peter Huang on 2, 167.5 kilos.
Yeah, you talked about him, the face savers, safety pins, whatever you want to call them. The athletes are supposed to set those when they set their rack heights. A lot of athletes will elect just to put them at height 1 so that they don't get in the way when they bench. But if you can maybe put them at up a couple, it's usually helpful just in case something does go wrong. There are also spotters there, so you don't technically need them. You could do without them, but it's always good to be safe rather than sorry.
Peter Huang with a successful bench press of 167.5 kilos. He sits pretty comfortably in that forecasted first spot, and that finishes up our benches on platform 2 for Flight D. As we head on to Flight E, our 56 kilo women coming up next. And a nice fight from Khalil Gooden, and 127.5 kilos. The lift is good. Jennifer Chen on platform 2.
Yeah, used a lot of energy on that 127 for Khalil. Good job fighting not to let it go down, because that can be easy to kind of waver in the middle there. I think on platform 1, I'm seeing a little bit of a trend that our head referee here is just a little bit more strict with the commands. I think some athletes, specifically on the start command, are just having to hold it a little bit. So I don't know if that's a head referee thing or if either of the side referees is maybe hesitating a little bit to give that start command, really being picky on certain issues.
Right, because that side referee has to signal to our chief referee that the lift is ready to begin. And Sammy gets a 2-1 decision. The lift is good. Alexandra, 3 white lights. The lift is good. Linda Pham coming up with 62.5 kilos on platform 2. Nicholas on platform 1, 130 kilos. And a good lift on 2, and on 1, another good lift. So we head on to Victor, who failed his opener on strength, and this is a tough situation for Victor. You know, this is not something you want to see. Hopefully, we can get something fixed here. You alluded to him grabbing his leg after it, maybe indicating some sort of cramping. See if he can hone in here. But this is a big lift. I mean, we train all year round for nationals, and leaving it out there this way, it's not what you're looking forward to. Very long press command, and it's going to be an uphill battle here for Victor, unfortunately.
I think he needs to do two things. He needs to more controlled on the descent so that he can stop the bar quicker at the bottom and try and see if he can get a little bit of a faster press command. He also might need to try and anticipate it a little bit. Again, high risk, high reward, but if he's getting a long command and he can anticipate it just to make that long command a little bit shorter, that'll be good for him. And two, I think maybe he needs to bring the bar down a little bit further, lower onto his chest, down more towards the rib cage a little bit more. He has that nice arch position, so I think if he brings the bar down a little bit, it'll reduce that range of motion. So as long as he can hold tightness and do that, I think that would be a good suggestion.
And Braden Chavers, excuse me, gets a good lift. Good lift on platform 2 as well. Emmanuel on platform 1, finishing off our second attempts for flight D. Ava Bullisbach, 70 kilos, making it look pretty easy.
You really see a struggle to do the self handoff on platform 1, but not so much on the actual lift. So that'll be a good lift, hopefully.
2 to 1, good lift. And we see Brooklyn on platform 2, an easy opener. Lift is good, 3 white lights. Back to the top of the flight for our third attempt benches for flight D. We got some drama coming up. 2 lifters still without a registered attempt, but we'll start out with Isaac Pitts with 100 kilos, 220 pounds. You saw a little bit more of a sink there from Isaac than we saw on his first 2 lifts, and a failure. I don't know if the weight just got to his head and he changed up his form a little bit, but unfortunately that lift is not going to go. Stephanie Dew on platform 2, 82.5 kilos.
Yeah, sometimes when you
That lift is good.
sink, you can slide yourself down the bench a little bit. I think that's what happened there.
And Luke Siebert, we saw on his first 2 attempts a successful lift in terms of strength, but not in terms of execution. He was getting called for the heaving, and let's see if he can make those technical changes here and get it up, because he needs this lift to stay in the meet. Remember, you have to register a lift for each of our disciplines to register a total and avoid what they call bombing out, being disqualified from the meet. And it's going to be a close call. It was definitely less than before, but there's still a little bit of a heave there. And yeah, unfortunately, getting 2 yellow cards from our side referees, maybe a little bit of a butt pop there. She saw his hip shift. And unfortunately for Luke, that is going to disqualify him from competing today. His total will go as 0. And it's unfortunate to see, but we've seen it from a lot of lifters and a lot of successful lifters before. You know, one thing that I always take people back to is at the Arnold's one year here at USAPL, Taylor Atwood, someone who many people would regard as the greatest powerlifter of all time, bombed out at the Arnold's, one of the biggest meets that you'll see all year. And even from there, still becoming a multi-time national champion, actually setting the world record in the 74 kilo weight class in this exact venue in 2019 at Raw Nationals. That was after the bomb out at the Arnold. So your story's never over. Story's never over.
Yeah, and it's every powerlifter's worst fear, basically, is just bombing out and not registering a total, because it's not just not registering a total. If you set a state record or a regional record on either of your other lifts, it invalidates that because you didn't set a total, and it just is a heartbreaker because you train all year, and as we said, those openers are something you should be able to hit. So that'll be definitely something that he'll have to discuss technique-wise with his coach and see what they can do to prevent that from next time. And also, you gotta wonder, because that bench technique clearly passed for him at his qualifying meet, because everybody had to qualify to get here. So you have to wonder if maybe just the different interpretations from different sets of judges on that rule right there, or if there was a technique change in between competitions.
Landed Longoria on platform 1, just a little bit too much. Jennifer Chen on platform 2, 65 kilos. Easy looking attempt. Sky Wu on 1, coming up with 130 kilos. Alexandra Rutherford on platform 2, 67.5 kilos. Sky's gonna have to grind this out. Gets it to the top. Let's see what the judges say.
Amazing fight there. So slow the whole time.
3 white lights. The lift is good. What a fight from Sky. And the bar's loaded for Victor. And this is a tough situation as well because Victor failed his first 2 on strength. The hardest thing to come back from. And you mentioned, pointed to his leg on his opener, maybe some cramping, but missed it again on his second. And wow, gets it locked out. Let's see if he survives. 2-1, the lift is good for Victor. And you talk about locking in and staying mentally honed in. It doesn't get much better than that. To fail your first 2 on strength and come back and hit it, incredible.
Yeah, that was amazing work to come out, make it look like that. It wasn't an easy lift, but it was clean, it was technical, and it was there, and that's what he needed.
The first 2 didn't even budge off his chest, really, and then he comes out and makes good work of the third. Good for him. Khalil Gooden on 1, no good. Kalen, no good on 2 with 72.5.
Yeah, both of those lifts there just not really moving off the chest. There's really kind of 2 sticking points, and it depends how you bench, but there's 2 hardest places in bench are about a ½ inch off the chest and about maybe halfway up. And those are really the 2 points where, okay, you made it through the first one, you make it through the second one, you finish the lift. So
Sammy on 1 with 135. Margaret on 2 with 75. Good lift on both of our platforms there. Bars loaded for Nicholas on 1, 137.5. Bars loaded for Ava on 2, 75.
In that junior division on platform 1, looking to get a 300-pound plus bench press.
Good lift for Ava on 2. Nicholas, unfortunately, no lift on 1. Braden Chavers coming up with 140 on platform 1. Brooklyn Cooper on platform 2 with 77.5. Good on 2 and good on 1. 3 white lights on both platforms there as we're down to our final lifter on platform 1 for flight D. 162.5 for Emmanuel Paul Vadarama. Stephanie Dew on platform 2. 87.5 kilos for her on her second attempt.
Important bench on platform 1 because he's currently in second in the junior. This would move him up to first. He is forecasted first at the end of the day, even though he's currently in second, but he's going to want to add to that padded total so that they can't flip-flop that positioning on deadlift, but he's also forecasted second in the open. So he's going to want to hopefully look to medal in both.
And we get 3 white lights for Stephanie on platform 2. That's a good lift. Emmanuel taking his time. He's got 12 seconds left to get that start command. You're playing with fire there. And no lift for Emmanuel as that finishes out our benches on flight D for platform 1. And we're going to head on to flight E. Flight E will consist of our 56 kilo women in the teen and junior divisions. Okay, Serapio on platform 2, 87.5 kilos for her second attempt. She's perfect on the day so far, has not missed a lift through squats and then her opener bench. See if she can keep that momentum going. Abigail Morrow on platform 1 with 32.5 kilos. Teen 1, 56 kilo lifter. We see nice looking opener attempt on platform 2 from Kay, and the lift is good. And we're going to head on to Katie with 102.5 on 2 as Abigail locks out 32.5. And the lift is good for Abigail.
Katie is just phenomenal on bench press. This 102.5, not quite there, but almost leaning towards that, rounding up to double body weight there with being in that 56 kilo weight class.
Yeah, 102.5 kilos is no joke as a 56 kilo lifter, especially as a junior. Addison Campbell on 1 with 42.5. Easy work for her. 3 white lights. Isabella Van Horn will be following her with 45 kilos. See a very technical setup from Katie there. Very short range of motion, maximizing everything she can get out of that bar, and she gets it on the board. 3 white lights for Katie as we head back to the top of the flight on 2 with Alexandra Rutherford for her third attempt of 67.5 kilos. Isabella Van Horn on 1 easy lift. The lift is good. Bars loaded on 1 for Zamara. Alexander Rutherford on 2 with 67.5, reattempting her second attempt. And unfortunately, no lift from Alexandra. Zamara on 1. The lift is good. Jennifer Chen on platform 2 with 70 kilos. Graceland Holland on 1 with 57.5. It looks like Jennifer on 1 kind of hesitated there, and that's all it takes for the lift to go awry just like it did, and that's going to be a no lift on 2 and a good lift on 1 for Graceland. Zoe Myers coming up on platform 1 with 62.5 bars loaded. Linda Pham on platform 2 scratched her third attempt squat, so never came out to attempt that, but very consistent jump here for Linda, going 70 kilos here. Let's see if she can get this one on the board. Rarely will you ever see a third bench scratch unless there is some sort of injury, because it doesn't take as much out of you on, and I don't believe Linda got a press command there.
I think she kind of did right at the last second, but she definitely had already jumped to the command, already went up and back down, kind of double infracted herself there. A little misclick of the button there by that one side referee. Just ignore that. But, yeah, she just anticipated that press command too quickly. And then had to repause, which was the delay there for getting the actual command, but...
That moves us on to Kaylin Harrington reattempting her second attempt of 72.5 kilos on platform 2. Kristen Denny on platform 1 opening up with 62.5 kilos. And that's going to be a fight from Kristen. Not something that you want to see on your opener. Gets it locked out, but that's going to be tough to come back from because that was not an easy attempt. Ava making a 2.5 kilo jump on her third attempt, 77.5 kilos on platform 2. Bars loaded on platform 1. Jamie Grazer, 65 kilos. And Ava just too much on the day. Jamie Grazer on platform 1, very easy opening attempt. Gets 3 white lights there and locks that in. Annie Wang will follow her with 67.5. Margaret Ivanova on platform 2, 80 kilos. Bars loaded on both of our platforms here. And both of our benches looking like they're a bit of work on either side. Margaret gets 2 to 1, and Annie gets 3 whites. That brings up Manami Numoto on platform 1 with 70 kilos, bars loaded. Brooklyn Cooper on platform 2, 82.5 kilos for her third bench, bars loaded. Easy looking attempt from Manami. A real big fight from Brooklyn.
We'll see what they say about that on 2.
3 white lights for Manami, 3 white lights for Brooklyn.
Yeah, very easily could have gone up and down there. Incredible fight to hold steady on that way up, even with a couple pauses on the way up. You're allowed to pause, you're allowed to shift back and forth, just not up and down.
Carla Hanna on platform 1 with 77.5 kilos. Stephanie Du on platform 2 with 90 kilos. And what a fight from Stephanie to lock that out. Incredible the entire way, and gets the 3 white lights. And that's exactly what you want to see out of your third attempts, leaving nothing on the platform there. And Stephanie is perfect on the day so far. 137.5 on the squat, 90 kilos on the bench. Looking to carry that momentum for the rest of the meet. 3 lifts left to go for her. Abigail Morrow on platform 1, 37.5 kilos. Shannon Sadwani on platform 2, 90 kilos. And Shannon's going to have a fight of her own.
Ooh.
That she gets locked out. 3 white lights.
That was nice.
We're seeing some incredible attempt selection from these coaches. And especially on bench, the extra 2.5 kilos can mean so much more. Abigail Morrow's lift on platform 1 is good, 3 white lights. That brings us to Addison Campbell on 1 with 47.5. Kay Serapio on platform 2 with 90. And Kay is going to have a fight, but unfortunately not going to make it through. Addison Campbell on platform 1. The lift is good, 3 white lights. Bars loaded for Isabella Van Horn on 1, 50 kilos. Katie DeGetter on platform 2 with 105. Incredible bencher Katie is.
And this would be a competition best for her. Her best currently is 102.5 from Raw Nationals 2 years ago in, I believe, Salt Lake.
Yeah, Salt Lake City 2 years ago. Back in September when we used to have nationals at the end of the summer. Two years in the making here. And gets it locked out almost seemingly easily. And 3 white lights. The lift is good for Katie.
Yeah, amazing work there to work so hard for 2 years and to just come so close so many times. She a couple times did that 102.5. So sometimes you get stuck in a certain number and then it can be hard to add any more. So well done.
Gracelyn Holland with 62.5 kilos. The lift is good for her. And we're on to flight F on platform 2. Our final flight for the bench presses here for that platform. Cristal leading us up with 62.5 kilos. And Cristal's opener is good. 3 white lights.
7.5 kilo jump on platform 1. Pretty big percentage increase.
And you see the effects of that heavy jump that you were speaking about. That was not an easy bench press for her, and maybe try something more conservative on the third. Kristen Denny up next, making a conservative jump of 2.5 kilos to 65 kilos. Autumn Kirk on 2, 67.5. The lift is good. Very easy opener for Autumn. Alessia following Autumn on platform 2 with 72.5 bars loaded for her. As we see Kristen Denny on platform 1 getting set up, 28 seconds to get that start command, plenty of time. And a little bit too heavy for Kristen there.
I think she braced wrong. I think you could see she braced in her stomach instead of bracing the top more, which you have to kind of shift that brace up a little bit on your bench press because you don't need to brace the same for a bench that you would for a squat or a deadlift. So I think if she just can kind of breathe in a little tighter next time, I think she's got that.
Zoe Myers on 1 with 67.5 kilos. Olivia Gottlieb on 2 with 77.5 kilos.
Ooh, fight on 1.
And another tough bench press on second attempts here. And that's definitely going to be one that you're going to want to reload as well. And oh no, another nightmare scenario on platform 2. Olivia Gottlieb missing on strength. Hopefully a technical issue. We'll see if she changes anything going into her second, but obviously that's one that you're going to reload and attempt again and see if you can make some magic happen. We saw it happen on our platform 1 earlier with Victor failing his first 2 on strength and then coming back and hitting it. So not impossible, but typically not likely.
Yeah, it didn't look like her body moved at all when she made that bench press, which maybe possibly indicates we have room for a little bit more leg drive.
So we see a good lift on 1 and a good lift on 2 from Laura.
I think on 2, that was a well-anticipated command timing there.
Annie Wang over here on platform 1, 72.5 kilos. Madeline Painter on platform 2 with 82.5 kilos.
You see they're going to adjust the rack height on platform 1. I don't know if that's by request or if it was just slid in wrong.
It doesn't look like they're resetting the timer on platform 1, so she's got 18 seconds to get the start command, and she's going to have to put a little bit of pep in her step. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And unless they're giving her some grace here, no, they're not going to do that. That is a no lift. She's going to time out.
They take it from her. Our video, our LiftingCast is 110% like lined up with everything going on. Our video stream can sometimes get a second or two delayed. So that's why sometimes the white lights might pop up on the LiftingCast and a couple seconds later pop up on the live stream. So that's probably why you had counted down to 0 and they let her hold it for a second and then they took it away once the time expired there.
Manami Numoto up next on platform 1 with 75 kilos. Ashley Joy on platform 2 with 85.
Yeah, so, and I mean, you saw that last lifter. There's kind of 2 ways to time out. You can time out on your actual lift, and then you can time out on your attempt selection. However, if you time out on your lift, it's a no lift. If you time out for your attempt selection, that just means they pick for you. So you have a minute to start your lift, and you have a minute from the commencement of your lift, meaning when you get your lights, that's when it's defined, to turn in your attempt card to the table in the back. And you actually have to have your attempt written down every time and signed. And so they keep a written record. You can tell the judge, but you also have to write it down and sign it.
Adeline Goldberger on platform 2 with 90 kilos. Carla Hanna on platform 1, 82.5 kilos, as Adeline gets a good lift there. 3 white lights, which brings us to Alana Glicksman finishing up our opening attempts on platform 2 with 95 kilos. And the lift is good on platform 1. And that brings us back to the top of the flight with Abigail Morrow for our 3rd attempts on platform 1 for flight E. Lana Glicksman, 95 kilos. The lift is good there. 3 white lights. Abigail Morrow's gonna have to fight this one out, and no real big sticking point, just tough the whole way through, very smooth, and she locks it out. 3 white lights, the lift is good. Cristal on platform 2, 67.5 kilos. And if you pay attention to our press commands here, this is where the human element of sports comes in, and you see it with every sport because we have human referees, and not every single referee is the same. Where the press commands on platform 1 seem like they're a little bit longer than the press commands on platform 2, and that's another variable as a lifter that you have to get used to, where things might be different depending on the referees that you get on the day of your competition. It's the same with in baseball with the referees that are, or the umpires that are judging the strike zone. They might judge it a little bit tighter, they might judge it a little bit looser. It's the same with basketball. They might call a foul calls tighter, and they might call foul calls looser. They might let them play a little bit more. It's the same thing you have here in powerlifting, where you see on platform 1, a lot of these benches are very long pauses compared to platform 2.
Yeah, and it's not supposed to be this way, but on occasion, you'll notice that sometimes at nationals, they get a little bit slower, a little bit more picky with some of the commands and some of the lifts and some of the execution of the rules. So the general consensus is it's objectively harder to get a lift at nationals just because they want that technical precision. It is supposed to be upheld equally at all levels of the sport, but that doesn't mean it is. But at nationals, it can maybe seem a little bit tighter sometimes because the referees that are reffing on the platform at nationals and on the jury are national and international referees. So they know exactly what they're looking for. They've seen hundreds of lifts. There's no doubt in their mind about whether it was to depth or to not depth. So
Right, and like you said, it's all the same standard, and it's not a certain amount of time that bar has to pause in the chest. It's just until the bar is motionless on the chest, as our rule book states. So, like you said, there should be a universal standard, but, we are dealing with human referees, and that's the human element of sports, and it's one of the reasons that makes sports so exciting. It's one of the reasons that when they brought in the ABS control to the MLB, everybody was like, no, don't do that, because you want that human element in sports as well.
Yeah, I think that some lifters really put an element on long pauses and training exactly to comp standards every time in the gym. And when they get the little bit of human element of maybe a slower press command on the platform, the lifters who practiced that in the gym are going to be prepared and be ready for it. And the lifters who didn't might kind of panic a little bit because it's a lot slower than they're used to. But if they get the benefit of a referee who's maybe a little bit faster on those calls, it also benefits them because they're used to pausing and now they don't have to. So now it's like speed bench.
So one thing that I want to point out here before we get back to that conversation, because I do want to get back to that, is that Zoe Myers is intentionally timing out on platform 1. She had a tough attempt on her second, and she would have scratched her third, but as a courtesy to the other lifters, she still loads the attempt in and allows the clock to wind down so everybody has the same rest that they used to have. It will still go as a no lift for Zoe Myers. She will get a credit for her opener, 62.5 kilos, but that's going to bring us to Zymora on platform 1 with 67.5 kilos.
Yeah, and you talked about that as a courtesy to the other lifters, not scratching. That's why Platform 2 is so far ahead. Platform 2 has one of the flights a little bit shorter than the other 5 flights that we have on these 2 platforms, but they also had a couple lifters scratch 1 or 2 attempts, I believe, there, which is why they're kind of further along in the process. So if you already have a short flight and then you have somebody scratch an attempt, it can be hard to turn around quickly between maximal attempts on the platform.
And getting back to our conversation on bench press, I think it's important, or the most important thing for lifters to practice in terms of the pauses is getting different people within the gym to give you commands. Because like we said, there's a human element to it. Each referee gives different press commands, and there's a reaction element to it where you're listening for somebody and then you have to press rather than you pressing on your own accord.
Yeah, and that's similar to what we were talking about, how like when you go to nationals, you don't get to pick your liftoff person. So if you're taking liftoffs in the gym, you should have a different person do it every time.
Exactly. Gracelyn Holland with a successful attempt of 67.5 kilos.
Jessica coming up on 2 at a 1.5 times body weight mark.
Going to see 2 bench presses happen at a very similar time here.
Ooh, synchro bench.
And the lift is good on both platforms, 3 white lights. And that will bring up Annie Wang on platform 1, 75 kilos, and Adeline Goldberger on platform 2, 95 kilos.
Yeah, and Annie missed with yellows on platform 1. Last time around, she went up anyway. You can do that. Probably means maybe she missed the lift, but she felt good about it. So they're going to go up just a little bit, not too much because it's still conservative, still want to get that number added to the bar, but
it's a risky move. We'll see if it works out for her here. Alana Glicksman coming up on platform 2, and that will finish up our benches over there. They will take a 10-minute break and move on to deadlifts. And what a fight from Annie Wang.
almost paused it in the middle, but it doesn't look like it went down, so that'll be a good lift, yes. 3 white lights.
All the way from the bottom, just struggle immediately, but still fights through it. And we're seeing something similar from Alana Glicksman, but she cannot finish and execute on that one. So, unfortunately, not going to go. And my apologies, that was our second attempts. I said that was our final attempts, but we are now on final attempts. And Cristal will be up leading the way 70 kilos for Cristal on platform 2. Platform 1, we have Manami, 77 and a half. And Cristal's third attempt is going to be a no-go. Manami's third attempt, a little uneven, but gets it to lockout. And the lift is good there. Heading on to Carla Hanna, which will finish up our third attempt benches on platform 1 for flight E, and then we will move on to flight F right after. 85 kilos for Carla. Autumn Kirk on platform 2 with 75 kilos.
Good attempt selection. Platform 2.
Great grind from Autumn. 3 white lights. Yeah, that's exactly how you want your third attempt to look. Smooth, but a grind, getting everything you can out of the day, really showcasing your true strength. And Carla's third attempt is good, and that brings us to flight F, starting out with Tina Elmore. 57 and a half kilos for Tina. Olivia Gottlieb on 2, 80 kilos. A little bit of an up and down there, and I don't believe that this lift is going to go.
Yeah, it just kind of got stuck.
That brings us on to Alessia Florjanovic with 80 kilos, same weight. It's going to bring her right back out here. And then Tina Elmore on 1, finally getting set up. 57 and a half kilos for her. Very smooth, easy opener for Tina. The lift is good there. Alessia on 2. That could have been a second attempt for Alessia. That was a really good attempt, and the lift is good. Peyton Wilson on 1, bars loaded, 60 kilos. Madeline Painter on 2, bars loaded, 87 and a half kilos. Madeline's gonna have to fight this one, and it's not gonna go for Madeline. Only took a 2.5 kilo jump. She's got everything she needed for the day. Joy Clark on 1, 72 and a half. Laura Sue on platform 2, 87 and a half. Very close grip bench for Joy Clark here. And Laura's gonna have to fight this one towards the middle. Oh, I thought she would have got it right out of that sticking point. Looked like it was right at the lockout and just cannot get it to go. Shondell on 1 with 77 and a half kilos, and then Ashley Joy on platform 2 with 92 and a half. And just too much for Ashley on platform 2. Easy opener for Shondell on 1. Brings us to Kelly Spack on 1. And Jessica Bailey Tyler on 2. 95 kilos for Jessica, 82.5 kilos for Kelly. Both lifters in the 60 kilo open division. Bottom 3 lifters on platform 2. Kelly Spack's opener is easy and gets it on the board. 82.5 kilos. The lift is good. Jessica's going to have to fight this one out, and it's going to be a close call from the referees. Maybe an up and down there. No, she gets it on the board. 3 white lights.
Yeah, I think it was more of a lean to the side than an up and down. I think just her left shoulder got a little more into the bench.
Tiffany on 1 with 82.5. Adeline Goldberger, 97.5 on platform 2. Nice strong bench from Adeline. Never a doubt. And the lift is good. 3 white lights. Tiffany on 1. No, I'm maybe a little bit of a soft elbow there. I don't know about that one, but she does get 3 white lights. Clara Johnston on platform 1, 85 kilos. Alana Glicksman on platform 2, 100 kilos, reattempting her second attempt. And this will be the final lift on platform 2 before we take a 10-minute break and then get to bench. And Alana just too heavy. Same story as her second attempt. Unfortunately, not going to go. And that's going to bring us to the conclusion of bench on platform 2. We're going to bring you full screen here for platform 1. As Clara Johnston waiting the judge's signal here. The lift is good. 3 white lights for Clara. Kinsey Peterson coming up next with 90 kilos. And just about how you want your opener to look from Kinsey Peterson. The lift is good. 3 white lights. That brings us on to Vicky Zen, adding a chip on the bar. 92.5 kilos for Vicky.
Opening over 200 pounds.
Vicky taking her time setting up here. So one good thing to point out now that we're in full screen here is you see our side referees with their hands in the air. They're going to drop it down once they believe she's ready, and that tells the chief referee that she is ready to get the start command. If one referee deems that the lifter is not in the position to start, they will keep their hand in the air, and then it is up to the chief referee to decide whether or not they want to give the start command. If they agree with the side referee that has their hand down, they will give the start command, and then the referee with their hand up will give a blue card to begin the lift. If the chief referee agrees that they are not ready to start the lift, they will give the replace command similarly to what we saw on squats earlier. Rose Wong, 92.5 kilos. The lift is good.
Yeah, and like you said, the chief referee will kind of decide whether they agree that they're ready to start or not. I think more often than not, when the two side referees disagree on the start command, the chief referee will just tell you to re-rack it if you got a lot of time, because they would like you to start from, ideally starting from 3 white lights and not starting from a minority decision.
Charlie Leonard with 95 kilos coming up next.
Yeah, forecasted right now in second by just 2.5 kilos. So bench is important, 'cause that's where probably you can get your 2.5 kilos.
And the lift is good. That brings us back to the top of the flight. For second attempts for Flight F, Tina Elmore up next with 62.5 kilos. So we do have some news from Platform 2. Remember, Preston Lee had that issue on squats where something went wrong and he scratched his second and third. We have no confirmation as to what happened, but he ended up scratching all of his deadlifts. He came out for bench, but he will not finish the meet today, unfortunately. So our thoughts with him as he recovers from an apparent injury. Tina Elmore with 62.5 kilos. Nice, smooth attempt.
Yeah, sometimes when something like that happens, an athlete maybe instead of scratching all 3 will come out and take 75, which is one set of reds, just to record a total if they set, a record or a PR or something on squat or bench that they want to validate. But if we're not looking at that situation, then there's really no reason to come out and take the 75.
Yeah, and in his case, we saw how serious it looked on the platform where, it was almost like he couldn't even walk out to the platform. So probably
Yeah.
better off just scratching it and going about your day and just chalking it up as a loss. Peyton Wilson up next with 62.5 kilos. And no lift for Peyton, just a little too heavy. You'll see our side referees getting real far down to take a look to make sure that the lifter's butt is staying on the pad, because that is probably one of the more common methods of failure for the bench press, because lifting that butt up and getting that extra leverage and that extra push can offer so much assistance in the bench press, but it is illegal in our rule book.
Yeah, and you talked about it's kind of one of the more common infractions. Unfortunately, it does fall under the yellow card still on the bench press rules and infraction color code. They had discussed a little while back changing the red card on bench, which is if you don't bring the bar all the way down to your chest, to having the butt coming off the bench, maybe potentially changing from yellow to red so that it was more clear on a more common infraction what the issue was, but that hasn't come into place yet.
That would be a much better rule change, in my opinion, because you rarely see the reds thrown on bench, the red card, because that's more of an equipped lifting thing. For raw lifters, that is rarely a method of failure, and usually they won't even get the press command if it does get to that point, or unless they're lowering the bar to their belt. But yeah, the butt way more common than the red card. I feel like we rarely see the red card thrown.
Yeah.
It's a surprise if we see it once per meet. We haven't seen it thrown yet today. See multiple blues, multiple yellows, not a single red.
Well, like you said, they're really not going to get the command if they're not all the way down and stopped on their chest. So there's not necessarily a need for it. And the bar touching the belt is such a minuscule infraction that could definitely fall under the caveat of yellows.
Yeah, that's a rule change I would 100% be for. Bars loaded for Kelly Speck, 87.5 kilos. And another fight that is not going to be won by the lifter. 87.5 kilos, just a little bit too heavy for Kelly Spack.
Everybody got their openers on bench on platform 1 in this flight, so everybody is safe, but they're still wanting to really get these seconds that a couple of them have missed because they're really wanting to add to the total at the end of the day.
Tiffany with 90 kilos here. Another lifter who takes her time getting set up. We're down to 15 seconds in the clock here. And that doesn't look like a locked out elbow. And you see the judge is very hesitant to give her the start command. And rightfully so. That did not look like a locked out elbow to me. What are you seeing there?
I kind of agree with you. It maybe looked like a little bend and release at the top almost. They can only lock it out as far as they can straighten their elbows, so I don't know if maybe hers don't quite straighten all the way. I know in weightlifting when you go out there and you have like the press out rule, you're trying to make sure that you tap your elbows and let the referees know. But I think that they maybe could have been a little bit more picky there if they wanted to, so something to be mindful of as she comes out for her next attempt. Concerned here that we look uneven with the feet from the start. We'll see if Clara can make through it. Easy.
Yeah, no problem for her there. 90 kilos. Clara, the lift is good. Yeah, something to pay attention to Tiffany on the third with those elbows that we spoke about, because now that the referees seem a little bit more aware about it, you would see the side referees on that hesitate big time to give her that start command. We'll see if they pay more attention to it on the third and something changes here.
Yeah, I know sometimes earlier there's two things we mentioned. We mentioned that you only need 2 out of 3 to get a good lift, so something that'll happen sometimes is you get a red light on your first squat, and it's, oh, who cares, you still got the squat anyway. Okay, well, now the other 2 judges are aware of it and paying extra attention. The other thing with that is you're aware of it, so you're just kind of thinking a little tiny bit extra about it, and then that can kind of get in your head.
And the lift is good for Kinsey Peterson as we bring you back in on platform 2 as deadlifts are getting ready to start with our men's 67.5 kilo weight class. Vicky Zen with 97.5 kilos here. Easy looking second attempt from Vicky Zen there. 3 white lights, the lift is good. Bars loaded for Rose Huang Stigura, 97.5 kilos. David Hampton on platform 2, his deadlift opener of 170 kilos. Looks like we're missing some lights on platform 2.
Yeah.
Easy opener from David. Easy second attempt from Rose. 3 white lights on 2. 3 white lights on 1. Clean lifting. Charlie Leonard up next on platform 1 with 100 kilos. Bars loaded. Ivan Kala, 205 kilos on platform 2 for his opening deadlift. And Charlie Leonard's attempt is good, and Ivan Kala's attempt is good. 3 white lights all around, and that brings us back to the top of the flight for third attempt benches on platform 1. Starting out with Peyton Wilson with 62.5 kilos, re-attempting her second attempt. That did not go. She failed on strength. Alberto on platform 2, his opener deadlift of 207.5. Taking a rather high belt position there.
Yeah, you'll see a couple lifters will pick that higher belt position as they move to deadlift compared to where they lift with it for squat maybe. Sometimes it can kind of pinch into your rib cage a little bit when you go to pull a really heavy deadlift depending on your stance. So
And that's going to be a no lift from Peyton Wilson on platform 1. Just too heavy on the day for her. Tina Elmore with 67.5 kilos. Uriel on platform 2. We got our lights up and running there too, so nice bright view of our lifters. 215 for Uriel. Nice snappy deadlift from Uriel there on platform 2. The lift is good. 3 white lights. And no lift for Tina on platform 1. Joy Clark with 80 kilos. Skylar Normandy on platform 2 with 220. So as we get into the deadlifts, one thing to go over once again is our commands. Deadlifts, you are only given one command. You may start the lift whenever you're ready. So the bars loaded call comes in and the clock starts, and that clock doesn't matter anymore once you make a bona fide attempt at the weight. And then once you get to lockout, the referee will give you the down command with the drop of the hand, just like the other lifts. Joy Clark on platform 1 with 80 kilos. Peter Nguyen on platform 2, 235 for his opening deadlift.
yeah, something we saw at Collegiate Nationals about 2 months ago was an increase in the number of people that got called for either dropping or slamming the bar. So you had talked about they get one command and it's the down command, but the down command doesn't mean the lift is done. They still have to kind of maintain a little bit of control on that bar as they return it to the ground. So I'm curious to see if that trend will continue a little bit here, or if some of the lifters who maybe went straight from collegiates to here kind of learned their lesson a little bit in that sense, or if some of the open lifters that weren't at collegiates maybe watched that competition and thought, oh no, I need to really pay attention to this.
Yeah, it's similar to re-racking the bar on squat or bench, where you still have to walk it in after you get the rack command. With deadlift, you still have to basically walk it to the ground after getting the down command. The lift is not over, like you said, and you can't slam it into the ground either. Even though your hands are still on it, you can't forcibly slam it into the ground. Kelly Spack on platform 1, 87.5 kilos here. Terrell Monroe, 275, opening up with over 600 pounds on the bar. That brings us to Peter Huang, very comfortably sitting in the lead.
Yeah, he's got about 40 kilos on his deadlift opener from that last squat that he missed. So he's got about 50 kilos from the squat that he recorded. So maybe a little bit of a deadlift specialist going on right there. But if you're going to be a specialist in one lift, deadlift is probably the best lift to be a specialist at because you get to deadlift last. So you save your best lift for last. You have your specialty. If you can pull more than somebody, you can just change your last deadlift to outpass their total. Or you can kind of kill their hopes and dreams from early on because maybe they chase you in the squat, but if you're a deadlift specialist and they know you have a bigger deadlift than them and they somehow end up behind you on squats, they know they're done.
For sure, and that brings up a good point that deadlift is the only attempt that you can change after you put it in. So you can change your third attempt deadlift after putting in if you're trying to jockey for position. And that's where being a heavier puller has its advantages that you can change after you've seen everybody else do their attempts because you pull last when you're the heaviest puller. Back to Tiffany on platform 1, that we said the elbows would be something to pay attention here to. Let's see if that comes into play here. Ivan Kala on 2 with 217.5. And there you go. She's not getting the start command. There you go. The replace command. The referees noticed it. The elbows were definitely soft on there. And they're going to tell her to get those locked out.
Yeah, there was a noticeable drop that time. It wasn't that her elbows can't lock out like that. It was that they drop and go down.
Unfortunately, that's the risk that you run when you take your time setting up because now she times out. Because already with 15 seconds left, she gets the replace command. That's not enough time. And I think her coach just did go to the jury, so we'll see if that does anything for her. But unfortunately for now, that's going to go as a no lift. So this is Kinsey Peterson on platform 1. Ivan Kala on 2. No, excuse me, that was Alberto on platform 2. Our ticker is taking a little bit to load, so we will keep you updated on who is on the platform. This is Kinsey Peterson with 95 kilos. That's going to be a no lift, and after her is going to be Rose Huang Stigora. Coming up on platform 2, as you are looking at right now, is Uriel Choi with 222.5 kilos. Bars loaded for Rose on 1, Uriel on the bar on 2. Easy looking attempt for Uriel. Very snappy towards the top. And Rose, her lift is good, 2-1. Uriel's lift was good. Coming up on platform 1, we have Charlie Leonard with 102.5. On platform 2, we have Skylar Normandy with 230, and our ticker is back up and running, so those are the updated names and numbers. The lights above Charlie Leonard's score are still lagging, so please ignore those for the time being while we get our crew to fix that. Oh, and a little bit of a grip issue on Skylar. It's a risky run doing the hook grip. It is very reliable at heavy weights until you start to set it off a little bit. If you have one thing wrong about that hook grip, that's what can happen.
Yeah, it moved super fast on the side that he had the grip on, but the other side just kind of caught him off guard, I think.
Hook grip is great until it isn't. You know, if you're at those heavy weights and you feel strong in your grip, it's awesome because it just feels like you're locked right in there. But like I said, if you set it off in just the smallest way, it's going to slip out of your hands just like we saw there. Vicky Zen on platform 1, 102.5 kilos. Peter Nguyen on platform 2, 255 kilos. And 3 white lights on platform 1, 3 white lights on platform 2. And that concludes our bench press on platform 1. And they will take a 10-minute break, and we will get back to you for deadlifts. JC Emmanuel, his lift is good, 3 white lights. So we bring it in full screen here. Terrell Monroe coming up next with 287.5.
And I don't know how much you guys can hear the announcers on the live stream, but he just pointed out that on all 4 platforms we're either on deadlift or moving to deadlift, so it's about to get kind of loud. They usually restrain themselves a little bit, keep a little quieter just until bench is done. Like we discussed, the commands are kind of important. They need to be able to hear those, but once the bench is out of the way, the party starts.
And that's a tough pull from Terrell. We'll see what he decides to do on his third, but that's not how he probably expected that second to go, taking a 12.5 kilo jump. And we head on to our man of the hour, Peter Huang, 297.5. 656 pounds for Peter as a 67.5 kilo lifter, dropping down, really establishing himself in this weight class. We mentioned it, Pro Series champion, national champion, now looking to claim another national championship in a different weight class. And a little bit wobbly towards the top, and he's going to get a 2-1 decision.
Yeah, it kind of looked like maybe he didn't have it locked out all the way. You see him, he kind of walks forward. I think he's maybe going to go double check with the jury there. But
yeah, his shoulders were a little rolled forward there, and that can sometimes get you the red card from the side no matter how far you lean back. And that's one of the risks you run pulling such a close grip where he's gripping on the smooth, which typically tends to make you internally rotate at the shoulders. And this is going to be a fight from David Hampton. His final pull of the day. Locks it out. Let's see what the judges say. 200 kilos. The lift is good. 2-1 for David Hampton. Ivan Kala up next. 227.5. 501 pounds. Looking to enter that 500-pound club. Here we go. Ivan Kala, final pull of the day, 500 pounds, probably something heavily anticipated. It's a barrier that a lot of lifters dream of passing, and here it is on the biggest stage in the USAPL. 500 pounds, gets it to the lockout pretty smoothly, and the lift is good. 3 white lights.
pretty good day for him, 8 for 9. Unfortunately, is lifting as a guest, meaning he just missed his weight class. Looks like he missed it by about 3 kilos, so not sure if the cut was just completely mistimed there or if he maybe knew he was going to miss that.
Uriel Choi with 230. Skylar Normandy, 230, reattempting his second attempt. That did not go. It's the one that slipped out of his hands.
Just didn't really come off the ground that time. Still shaking out that hand. I wonder if he kind of ripped the callus or something, maybe a little bit on the last pull.
And here comes Alberto for his third attempt, 232 and a half. And he's going to have to fight this one, and maybe a toss-up by the referees. Let's see. It's going to be an anxious wait to see these lights. And he gets 3 white lights.
Yeah, he did a good job, too, instead of, because he could have easily kind of hitched it or supported it a little bit at the top there, but instead of using his legs to get there, he kind of pulled his leg back and unlocked it to get it out of the way so that he didn't have to use his legs against the bar.
Peter Nguyen with 267 and a half. Dangerously approaching that 600-pound mark here. Oh, and it was a smooth fight up until that lockout, and Peter cannot get it locked. JC Emmanuel up next with 270 kilos. And does not budge off the floor. Terrell Monroe, 292 and a half for his final attempt of the day. 645 pounds.
Now, Terrell has not gotten a red light today at all. 8 for 8 so far. We'll see if he can finish out with perfection. His last deadlift was a little bit of a fight, especially right at the top. Gonna need a really strong pull here.
And I think he's going to get a bit of an up and down for that, and maybe even a soft lockout. Yeah, it's going to be a 2-1. He supported it with his thighs, and probably a little bit of an up and down movement there on the way up. Still a strong lift and a very successful day up until that point. You know, like you mentioned before, 0 red lights up until that last lift. And Peter Huang will come out 310 kilos, 683 pounds. He's currently in first place. He will stay in first place. The national champion once again gets it done at a different weight class. What a storyline, what a career, and what a resume. Peter Huang gets it to the lockout, but we're going to once again anxiously wait to see the decision, and it's good. 2-1, and it's one thing to go up in weight class. It's another thing to cut and have those odds stacked up against you. And that finishes the deadlifts for Flight D as we head on to Flight E, starting out with Katie DeGetter. 125 kilos.
Yeah, and reminder, she benched 105, so pretty close to her bench number, her deadlift. Just shows how impressive of a bench press she has.
All right. Bars loaded for Katie, 125 kilos, 275 pounds. Going to get started on platform 1 in about a minute and a half for their deadlifts. Katie taking her time getting set up here. Very easy opener for her. And the lift is good. Stephanie Du up next with 127.5, adding a chip to the bar. And a nice looking second attempt, or opening attempt for Stephanie. 3 white lights, the lift is good. Moving on to Jennifer Chen with 135 kilos. And just a little bit wobbly at the top.
Yeah, she beat the down command there. Got a little excited.
Sometimes with the sumo pull, the stability at the top is not the best, and as soon as you get to lock out on those openers, since you shoot up, it's really hard to maintain your balance, and that's when you see people get the wobbles and fall back down, and she knew it as soon as it happened, and she just got a little bit of a case of the wobbles, and it's always a tough situation to find yourself in, because now you don't know if you should go up because it was too light and that's what's causing the wobbles, or if you just want to secure that opener. So we see a good lift from Linda Pham on 2. Isaac Pitts starting out our deadlifts on platform 1 with 190 kilos. The lift is good for Isaac. Kaylin Harrington with 140 on platform 2. And Kaylin has a nice smooth opener there. Luke Siebert on platform 1. Remember, Luke did not get a bench registered today, so his total will not count, but he is still allowed to deadlift and finish the meet. But his total will still go as 0. 205 kilos here. Ava on platform 2 with 140.
Yeah, and Luke missed that 205 on platform 1. He only made his first squat. I think he's probably struggling with something that we can't quite see on camera, but I wouldn't be surprised if he scratches.
Yeah, unfortunately, not the day that you want to see at a meet like this. And you're right, he's going to end up scratching his second and third deadlift. Ooh, and, you know, something not right with Alexandra on platform 2. And hope that she's all right. Nothing too serious there. We'll keep you guys updated as we get more information coming in. Kyle Chi on platform 1, 220 kilos. Brooklyn Cooper on platform 2, 147.5 kilos.
That's a very nice deadlift from Brooklyn.
Margaret Ivanova on 2, 147.5. Nice opening attempt from Kyle and smooth opening attempt from Margaret.
Yeah, he got the one red card on the side. I think that when he locked out all the way, I think that caused his knees and hips to kind of shift forward a little bit. I kind of wondered if he was going to get a 2-1 there, so.
152.5 for Shannon. It's about how you want your opener to look.
Yeah, a lot of room to go up there.
The lift is good. Sammy on platform 1, 225 kilos. And maybe a quick release there. And no, he gets 3 white lights, but something he's going to have to be careful of, because get too greedy doing that, you might catch a couple of yellows there.
Yeah, he pulled his hand away from the bar real quick. Sometimes that's not intentional. Sometimes that's when the bar hits the ground, it bounces back into your hands a little bit, and it kind of stings.
Braden on 1, 230. Wow, K on 2. If you blinked, you missed it. 3 white lights on 2. And 2-1 on platform 1. Nicholas on platform 1 with 230. Stephanie back to the top of the flight for second attempts with 135. And too much for Nicholas there. And that's not what you want to see on an opener. Too heavy for his opener, and hopefully he can figure something out that's going on platform 1. We've seen it a couple times today where people just, attempt selection has become an issue on the opener, and it's caused them to find themselves in a sticky situation come second and thirds. Landon on platform 1 with 232. Katie on platform 2 with 135.
That was phenomenal. Super fast. For sure has room to go up.
Yeah, her deadlifts have been snappy, and I see no reason to not take another 10-kilo jump there. Jennifer Chen, remember, she got a little bit of sumo wobbles at the top on her opener, and it controls it very well that time. Took a little bit of a less aggressive approach, and that's usually the way to do it, and she gets it on the board.
Yeah, sometimes people get a little nervous when they're going out for their third deadlifts because it's thinking like, oh, the meet's almost over kind of thing, and they just have a lot of adrenaline in them then. And then because their openers are kind of supposed to be a little bit easy, they go out there and they just pull with all their might on their opener, and they really don't need to. And then it can feel a little lighter than they expected because of the adrenaline and how hard they're working to pull to get it, and it just catches them off balance at the top.
Two smooth attempts on platform 1 and 2. Alexandra Rutherford gets it on the board. 3 white lights. Sky Wu gets it on the board. 3 white lights. Victor Saturnino on platform 1, 252.5. Remember, he had that almost heroic moment on his third attempt bench press where he failed his first 2 on strength and still was able to finish that last one out. Ava on platform 2, 147.5. The lift looks pretty good. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights. And Victor, very similar story to his bench here, failing his opener, struggles to even get it off the ground. And I mean, if there's anything we can learn from his bench, that it is possible to come back from that, but not the situation you want to find yourself in. Linda Pham on platform 2, 150. The lift is good there. Emmanuel Paul, 260. Kaylin Harrington on platform 2, 150. Emmanuel is a beltless puller. You don't see that very often on deadlifts. What advantage does a belt give you over going beltless, and why would somebody choose to go beltless instead?
So the belt allows you to simply brace harder. And if you can get a harder brace, sometimes you can maintain tension a little bit better. You can pull, you can keep your back a little bit tighter, have some better form on the way up, and it'll allow you to pull a little bit more. It doesn't actually do any work for you. It just is more of a proprioceptive cue for your body to know, here's where I'm bracing into. But sometimes belts can simply be uncomfortable. If you're somebody who braces by taking a really, really big breath in, sometimes the belt can restrict that. A lot of people will brace that way on deadlift. The other thing is on deadlift, when you lean over so far, the belt can kind of press into your rib cage, and your bottom ribs are flexible, so your belt can kind of move your bottom ribs if it's either a little bit too tight or a little bit too big, just depending on your anatomy. So sometimes if it's just uncomfortable to wear a belt, the simple solution is to take it off.
Isaac Pitts, unfortunately, cannot get that lift off the ground. Shannon on platform 2. Very smooth deadlift after taking a 10-kilo jump from 1 to 2. Khalil Gooden on platform 1, 220 kilos. Brooklyn Cooper on platform 2, 162 and a half kilos. Has to fight it out a little bit, but nonetheless gets to lockout. Khalil Gooden, a little bit less fight, gets to lockout as well, and we see 3 white lights on 2 and 3 white lights on 1.
And he's definitely got that adrenaline going for him on 1. Excited after the second deadlift. What can't imagine how excited he'll be after he hopefully makes his third.
Nicholas on 1, 230 kilos, reattempting his opener. K on platform 2, 177 and a half.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, that opener just didn't really move last time, so doesn't definitely gonna have to just simply pull harder.
And you see himself getting himself hyped up. There we go. And got to be careful not to slam it there, because that will catch you a couple yellows. Gets 3 white lights, but very risky, especially with missing that opener.
Yeah. And as we watch more of the deadlifts, not that you're paying attention to people's shoes, but you'll notice that pretty much everybody who's squatted or benched in heels will put their flats on for deadlift. It allows them to feel the ground a little bit better, press a little bit harder through the floor, and it'll help them keep their balance through midfoot.
Kyle Cheese, second attempt, 232 and a half.
I kind of lost it at the top there.
2 to 1, the lift is no good. Got a red from the side and yellow from the front.
Got the 2 different color cards. I think I saw a meander out of the corner of the screen. Maybe meander over to the jury, but I don't think they'll be unanimous that that was a good lift, so I don't think that's getting overturned anytime soon.
Jennifer Chen on platform 2 with 140. Very smooth attempt.
Good on her her for coming back, making that opener, and then jumping again and making a second one.
All right, gets the 3 white lights and gets the lift on the board.
As we discussed, Katie, platform 2, matched that 10-kilo jump after 2 very, very nice deadlifts. I did just look it up, and if I have the ability to read correctly, which can be questionable, her current competition PR is 140, so this would be a 5-kilo comp PR for her. Big deadlift right here. Let's see it, Katie. Ooh, and that is slow at the top, but that is one amazing deadlift. Excited for her 3 white lights.
Yeah, what a fight. She earned that celebration there. Landon Longoria on platform 1 coming up with 245. Alexandra Rutherford on platform 2 coming up with 150.
And I think my favorite thing to watch in all of powerlifting is when people make their final deadlifts. I think it's just such a moment of happiness and relief, honestly, from being done with the day, that you can feel that emotion as somebody who has lifted a lot. You can be in that moment with them.
Yeah, and just a little bit too much for Landon there. Cannot get it to lock out, and it leaves decision time for the 3rd attempt. Alexandra on platform 2. The lift is good. 3 white lights.
Yeah, Landon was too far forwards, so he couldn't get the bar off the ground with good balance. I don't necessarily know that it was 100% a strength issue. It could be a technical issue because of a strength issue, but he could go up, but I'd probably just stay there, and he did. So I think he'll come out, and I think he probably should be able to make that reattempt.
I've had mostly sumo pullers up until this point. Have we had a conventional puller within these 2 flights?
Honestly, most of what we have seen has for sure been sumo. I don't specifically know that we've seen one.
I've been waiting for one to discuss the differences, but looks like all of these lifters have been pulling sumo, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, and we are still in the lighter weight classes of the weekend. A lot of the lighter weight lifters will pull sumo compared to conventional just because it's easier for them, honestly, because they have that range of motion, that flexibility to get down there. A lot of your heavier weight lifters kind of have to pull conventional, but what I always tell people is if you don't use the options that allow you to lift the most just because you're like perhaps a conventional purist, quote unquote, then that's just ridiculous, because if something is allowed within the rules and you don't use it to your advantage, then you're just wasting your opportunities.
Victor on platform 1 reattempting his opener, and he finds himself in the same position he was in his bench, where he fails his first 2 attempts, both on strength, and this is not the situation you want to find yourself in. And he ended up making good of it on his bench, but I'm not sure he'll be able to do that again on his deadlift. Does he have one more special moment in him?
Yeah, you can still see him in the back. He's clearly in pain, kind of stretching out those arms back there. So he's going to have to come up with something magical for us.
And Victor scratched his 3rd, so he's just going to accept the outcome of not registering a total.
That's tough.
And no lift for Margaret on platform 2. Emmanuel on platform 1 with 270 kilos. And he gets that locked out. Very shaky. So we'll see what the judges say. 3 white lights. The lift is good.
Yeah, and he's all but won the junior division for that 67.5. He's already in first. He's projected in first. He doesn't even have his last attempt in yet. But what that pull did is it also potentially moved him into medal position in the open division.
Shannon for her third attempt, 167.5, and then another very smooth pull. She goes 9 for 9 on the day, did not miss a single lift. Isaac Pitts coming up on 1, reattempting his second of 200 kilos. Brooklyn Cooper on platform 2 with 175.
Got those 3 reds loaded up on the bar on 2.
And Isaac cannot get it off the ground. He will still get credit for his opener of 190. Brooklyn Cooper, fortunately, cannot get 175 to go either. That brings us to Khalil Gooden on platform 1 with 230. Case Serapio on platform 2 with 185. And Khalil's getting himself hyped up for this one.
10-kilo jump would get him to a 570 total.
Khalil's got to fight it, and he gets it there. Let's see what the judges say.
I think he did a good job at it, yes.
3 white lights, perfect. K on platform 2. This one is gonna be a fight. Can she get it locked out? I thought she was dead to rights multiple times. And no, cannot get it.
What an effort, though. Trying to pull over 400.
And that finishes off our deadlifts for Flight D on platform 2. So now we're heading on to Flight F. Kyle Chai on platform 1, 232.5. And Kyle's lift is good, 2-1. Bringing up Nicholas, and bars loaded on platform 2 for Jessica Bailey Tyler, 142.5. And Jessica's lift is good. Good opener from her. Nicholas on platform 2, or platform 1, 237.5. And Nicholas feeling it there. Gets the 3 white lights. The lift is good.
That was a very nice job fighting through cleanly.
Autumn Kirk on platform 2. Easy opener of 145. Lift is good. Olivia Gottlieb, 152.5 on 2. Landon Longoria, 245 on platform 1. No lift for Landon.
It's all right. For now, he stays in 5th place. He'll wait and see if he gets bumped down to that forecasted 6th.
Adeline Goldberger, her opener is 155. It is good. 3 white lights. And Sammy's third attempt of 250 kilos is good. 3 white lights. Cristal on platform 1 with 160. Smooth finish. The lift is good for Cristal. Platform 1, we have Sky Wu with 250 reattempting his second attempt. Alessia Florjanovic, platform 2 with 165. And Alessia's opener is good, and Sky is no good, unfortunately, could not get it off the ground. And it actually turns out Victor coming up in flight, or in platform 1, originally scratched and changed it, so he's going to come up right after Braden Chavers. Alana Glicksman on platform 2, 167 and a half.
Yeah, I almost wonder if that was a miscommunication in the back with the scoring table having had originally scratched, and maybe the sense that he was considering timing out, and then they realized that he never turned in a scratch card. So we'll see if he scratched or if he's going to come out and reattempt or if he's trying to time out.
Laura Sue with 167 and a half on platform 2. And yeah, it looks like Victor is going to scratch or just time out intentionally.
So we talked about earlier how it might be a courtesy to other lifters. I don't know that in this situation it is. I think he kind of just made the spotters reload the bar. There's only one lifter left in the flight, so.
And with that, there's 13 lifters in the flight to begin with. Usually you're getting adequate rest.
Yeah.
Madeline Painter with 170 kilos. And Madeline's opener of 170 is good. 3 white lights. And Victor will time out. And that will bring us on to Emmanuel Paul with 280 kilos. Ashley Joy on platform 2 with 185. And Ashley finds herself in a tough scenario. She looks at her hands, so maybe not chalked up enough, maybe a grip issue there.
Yeah, it could also maybe just accidentally gotten some of that baby powder on them.
And shaky third attempt from Emmanuel, grabbing at his shoulder. Hopefully nothing serious there, as that brings us to the conclusion of Flight D on Platform 1, bringing up Flight E up next with Abigail Morrow. Autumn Kirk on Platform 2, 155. Autumn Kirk, a conventional puller. Our chat was very anxious for a conventional puller to come up. 155 kilos. The lift is good. Jessica Bailey Tyler, 155 kilos.
Yeah, and as we move into this next flight with Emmanuel's last pull, even with the miss, the men's raw junior 67.5 kilo category is completed. So he does walk away as national champion regardless. And excellent job to him. Second place would be Braden Shavers, and third place, Sammy Din, medalists Sky Wu and Landon Longoria.
As we see a successful attempt on platform 1. Olivia Gottlieb on platform 2 with 160. Olivia's lift, very smooth. Zaimara on platform 1, also very smooth, 95 kilos. There we go, 2 conventional pullers side by side. Maybe our chat is a little bit happier now. Adeline Goldberger coming next on platform 2. Zaimara Salinas gets the good lift in the 3 white lights. Brings up Annie Wong on platform 1. 165 for Adeline. And that lift is good. Cristal with 170 kilos. Annie very slow off the ground, but once she gets to the knees, it snaps right to lockout. Something you see very common with a sumo puller. 3 white lights. Cristal had it slow down a little bit from her opener, but still very smooth throughout the entire lift. Still got to feel confident after that one. Jamie makes the bar fly on platform 1 with 120 kilos. Alessia Florjanovic with 172.5. Kristen Denny gets 3 white lights. Alessia on platform 2 gets 3 white lights. Isabella Van Horn on 1 with 122.5. Madeline Painter on 2 with 175. And Isabella Van Horn. Lift is good. Madeline Painter has to grind it out a little bit. Also gets good lift. Carla Hanna, 122.5. Lift is good.
And it gets that sense of relief just having gotten in that deadlift. Just got to lift and everything, so.
Lana Glicksman on 2 with 175, very smooth. Addison Campbell on 1, 127.5. Her opener is good.
Graceland kind of walked up, I think, reset a little bit there.
So you notice after a while, underneath that carpet is plywood. And after a while, it's going to get dented and beat up throughout the weekend, especially as we get far into the later days. What do you think is the better way to do it? Do you think you should line up to the bar, or do you think you should try to pull the bar out of the divot?
I think if the bar is in a divot, it wants to be in the divot. If you roll it forward a half an inch, it's just going to try and roll back to you. So wherever the bar is sitting when you go up there or wants to sit, I think you have to adjust to that.
100%. A lot of times you see the lifters try to pull it out, and you see them fall into that game where they're just moving it just for it to move right back in the same spot it was before. And they do it 2 or 3 times. You look up at the clock, there's 15 seconds to go. They're wasting energy. They're losing their hype. And things just get thrown off. But if you really think of it as perspective-wise, you just got to line up to the bar, even if that means you being 45 degrees on the platform. Like you see Manami do here. She lined up to the bar. The bar is not perfectly straight, but she lined up to it.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned it, but even just rolling around the bar with a couple 100 pounds on it uses a little bit of extra energy, and if that's the little bit of extra energy that can make the difference about just pulling through the top or just missing, you're going to be mad if you wasted your energy rolling the bar around instead of making your deadlift.
Correct. And Zoe Meyer's opener is good, and that brings us back to the top of the flight for second attempts. And we're on third attempts on platform 2 now, and just got that little twitch for Jessica Bailey Tyler. Olivia Gottlieb coming up next with 165.
Olivia Gottlieb, 363 pounds. That's right, Heather. Show us what you got over here. Come on now.
Olivia really taking her time on this setup here, making sure she's in the right spot. And gets it to lockout. And gets the lights. 3 white lights. It is good. And what a finish from Olivia. Abigail Morrow on platform 1 with 97.5. Slow and controlled on the way up and the way down. And gets the 3 white lights. Autumn Kirk with 167.5 on the bar. This would bring her into 5th place, putting her on the podium here at Nationals. Big pull for her, 167.5, and just cannot get it up. Zamara Salinas with 105, taking a 10-kilo jump from her opener, and the lift is good, 2-1. Adeline Goldberger coming up next with 172.5. Annie Wong on platform 1 with 120. And great fight from Adeline Goldberger.
Excellent patience to pull through the top there. Ooh.
And unfortunately gets it 2-1.
I think they think she dragged it up and supported it on her thighs. There wasn't any hitching, so it's just a question of support. That's a tough call.
I'm not sure I agree with the referees on that one. I know a lot of times with conventional pullers, it can seem as if they are supporting it with their quads, because sometimes you see some forward traveling the knee, which is legal to have that forward travel, but then it just gives off that illusion of hitching. Fortunate there. Hopefully she can protest that to the jury and see if she can get a call in her favor. And Chris Dahl's not going to get that one off the floor.
Yeah, and we talked about the roll in the bar around a little bit. We saw Isabella do that, and it rolled right back to where she moved it from. Not a problem, though. Good deadlift.
Yeah, it's going to look like a lot of those lifters on platform 1 are going to have to just deal with where the bar is, because it seems to be rolling right back to that same spot every time, where they're a little bit turned to their left. You see the spotters and loaders trying to get involved there. Sometimes you push it to the front of the platform and that helps, but it's going to be something that these lifters are going to have to deal with.
And as somebody who lifts on platform 1 on Sunday, it's not going to get any better.
Yeah, and it's going to be something you'll have to take note of for sure. Alessia on platform 2, 177.5, and just gets the shakes there and cannot get it to go. It's her first failed lift of the day, so pretty successful up until that point. Kristen Denny on platform 1. Good lift. Madeline Painter with 180, dangerously approaching that 400-pound mark, 396 on the bar. And a little too much. You see her shake out the hands. A little bit of a grip issue, which tends to happen towards those heavy weights.
Yeah. It's really hard to make a third lift, and it's really hard to make a third deadlift, because at this point in the competition, you are exhausted.
And Carla Hanna, 132.5. She knows it. The lift is good. 3 white lights. Alana Glicksman, 182.5 to break past that 400-pound mark. 402 pounds for Glicksman on platform 2. Addison Campbell on platform 1, 137.5, breaking past that 300-pound mark. And the lift for her is good, 2-1. Alana Glicksman, 182.5, 407, and you see a little bit of that bounce there. And you have to think the judges are going to get involved here. Yeah, 3 reds, blue cards. You see that downward movement. Unfortunately, cannot get it to go. Gracelyn Holland on 145 kilos. Lift is good.
Gonna have Laura on 2. She's gonna try to take the 182.5, that 400-pound mark. See, they rolled that bar all the way to the back of that platform.
Sometimes you might see a lifter request that, where they pull it out of the divot for them. And what a fight from Laura.
That was excellent through the top there.
2-1, the lift is good. All right, Ashley Joy with an anxious moment. She's made it all the way to this point, hitting at least once on squat and bench, but has not registered a deadlift. If she does not get this, her total will be registered as 0. This is all or nothing for her. She's either in the meet or out of the meet. On the final pull of the day,
yeah, not
185.
Not just in the meet. If she can make this 185, she sets herself up to be forecasted in 4th. So you either get a medal or last. 185 kilos for Ashley Joy.
And unfortunately, it's too much, and you just feel it. It's the worst feeling in all of powerlifting. Fortunately, cannot get it to go, and that's how we're going to finish on platform 2. We spoke about it before. It's something that plenty of successful athletes have been through, and this does not end the story for her powerlifting career. This could just be the beginning, and it could be a learning experience. Abigail Morrow on platform 1, 102.5. and not going to go for Abigail.
But she still finishes in that top spot in that Teen 1 division for that 56 kilo weight class. Earns herself a title and a nice shiny medal.
Zamora Salinas here, 117 and a half. Now down to our last lifters of this meet, with platform 1 being the only platform running. So we're going to see a lot of that crowd start to venture off as Zamora fights through this one. I believe she's got a bit of an up and down there. I mean,
yeah, but what an incredible fight, and for sure we'll be looking for that picture later with that deadlift at the top.
I wonder what was going on. Did you see the spotter and loader step in and start pointing to something, like if there was something going on that...
I think that was just the back spotter trying to make sure that on a lift like that she didn't kind of pass out and tumble.
Okay, yeah.
And I think sometimes when they do that, they hold out their hand a little.
125 kilos here for Annie Wong. You see her lining up to the bar here instead of pulling it out of the divot. Probably the smarter move. And Annie fights this one out very smooth on the way up. I didn't see any up and down or supporting there. That should be a good lift.
Oh, that was a good demonstration of patience off the floor.
3 white lights, and she gets it on the board as we head on to Isabella Van Horn. 135 kilos. Very smooth, and that patience that you spoke about on the last attempt gets it on the board. Kristen Denny up next with 135. And nothing for Kristen Denny. Bars loaded for Jamie Grazer. $140 kilos for Jamie here. And it's got to fight it towards the top, and looks like a smooth lockout to me. 2-1, the lift is good for Jamie. Jamie caps off a perfect day there, 9 for 9. As we move on to Carla Hanna with 140 kilos.
And shout out to whoever her handler is. You can see he definitely made sure that they wiped off the bar for her third deadlift attempt, making sure there's no extra baby powder or anything on the bar, trying to make sure every variable is as controlled as possible as she tries to pull 140 kilos.
And close towards the lockout there, but she gets the 3 white lights. The lift is on the board. As we head on to Addison Campbell, same weight, 140 kilos. And this is going to be a fight towards the top once again, and she fights through the sticking point. Pending judge's decision, no good. We get 2 reds, so most likely the shoulders not being locked at the top or the knees coming unlocked as she leans back.
Yeah, that's just going to be the lockout position.
Gracelyn Holland up next, 155 kilos. Down to our bottom 3 lifters in Flight E. Then we'll head on to Flight F for our final deadlifters of the day in our second session. And this is just going to be a little bit too much for Graceland there. Can't get it off the floor. Zoe Myers up next with 160. And she's shaking through it. She's gonna have, and just at the lockout loses it. Bringing us to our final lifter in Flight E, Manami Numoto. Perfect on the day so far. Needs one more lift to cap off that 9 for 9 day. 160 kilos here.
She took a 12.5, and now she took a 7.5. A little bit more conservative. She's got about 4 photographers taking pictures of her right now.
Wow, snapped it out towards the top. I think she surprised herself a little bit. 3 white lights, the lift is good, and we head on to Flight F for our final lifters of the day, starting out with Tina Elmore, who's going to load up 132.5 for her opener.
We got Tina Elmore getting off the
And very smooth opener from Tina Elmore. That's how you want it to look like. Gets it on the board. The lift is good. Bars loaded for Peyton Wilson. Very smooth. 140, the lift is good. Bars loaded for Joy Clark, 147.5. 325 pounds for Joy. Seeing very smooth openers. Attempt selection is looking very good right now.
That's what we want to see. We want to see everybody get through their openers nice and easy and get that stress off their shoulders so that they can have a little bit of fun as the last kind of flight out there, last platform. Everybody else is done for the session, so all eyes are on platform 1 and the athletes in the junior and open division for this women's 60 kilo class.
You're gonna notice how efficient our spotting and loading crew is at loading these weights. It's like 10 seconds from when the lift is over until we call bars loaded until the next lifter. That is a very good turnaround time for these guys. Not letting the lifters wait any longer than they have to. Here's this next attempts are going to be very easy as Clara Johnston goes for 165. The next lifter will go for 165 as well. Very quick turnover. Clara Johnston, 165. The lift is good. So now they're just going to tighten up our plates and then bring on the next lifter. Rose Huang Stigura with 165. Yeah, you'll notice our spotting and loading crew already preparing for the next attempt. See your lifter to the spotter to the left already has the chip in his hands to add to the bar. Look at that quick turnover time. Bar's loaded already, and the lift is good for Rose. Vicky Zen here with 167.5 kilos, 369 pounds. Wow. Easy looking opening attempt from Vicky. The lift is good. 172.5 coming up for Shondell Yanni. 380 pounds. All of these openers moving very well for these lifters as we have another 3 white light lift.
Yeah, 3 more openers to go. And then we'll move to seconds, where people start thinking about the thirds.
Charlie Leonard with 175, 385 pounds. Another very smooth attempt.
That was one of the fastest openers we've seen on this flight, and they've all been fast.
Yeah.
So that says something.
Kelly Speck with 177.5. Three white lights for Kelly. Brings us to our final lifter of openers. Kinsey Peterson, 192.5 kilos, 424 pounds. See Kinsey moving it out of that divot, and it's like we spoke about before, sometimes it just finds its way back.
And if she makes this after the first round of deadlifts, she will be in first place on a tiebreak by body weight, I believe.
Very smooth opening attempt, and we are perfect through openers as we head back to the top of our flight for Tina Elmore, 140 kilos.
Yeah, so Charlie put in a 10-kilo jump, so I assume Kinsey will go back there and check and match that. If she has the body weight advantage, that's all she needs to do is match her.
And that was a little bit tougher than she probably would have wanted. Her
Yeah.
opener flew, so did not expect to see that.
Only a little bit slow at the top there. That just says she needs to get the hips through a little bit more. That's an easy enough correction to make, as long as they take a reasonable jump.
145 for Peyton Wilson. And the lift is good. And bars loaded for Joy Clark, 157.5, 347 pounds for Joy. And another good looking attempt. And the lift is good. Very efficient lifting up until this point. Tiffany coming up next with 160, 352 pounds. Tiffany gets it to lockout and gets a 3 white lights. Lift is good for Tiffany. Rose Huang Stigura up next with 175.
She's looking to finish potentially on that medal podium. She's in 5th. She's forecasted 5th. She does have somebody after her who's not too far behind, just 2.5 kilos on the projected total. So she really needs to make this to keep herself in a good position going into those final lifts.
Nice, and gets it to lockout, and that should be another good lift. You'll notice that Rose, before that attempt, actually requested for the bar to be brushed off. The bar between first and second attempts, it's brushed off every few attempts or as needed from the spotters and loaders. And then on the third attempt, it's brushed between every single attempt, but it can be brushed at the request of the lifter. 177.5 here for Clara Johnston.
Yeah, and what they'll tell you when you're in the back line there is if you tell the TC, the technical controller, the gentleman you can see standing there in the white, he's a referee, he's serving as TC, so what he does is he lines everybody up, make sure they're in the right order. But if you tell the TC you specifically want the bar brushed off on a first or a second attempt, he will tell the spotters and loaders, and then they won't start your clock until then. But if you request to the spotters and loaders instead of to the TC, they'll run your clock while they clean your bar.
Right. So on deadlift isn't the biggest issue because you never really risk a replace command like you do with the squat and the bench, where if you take your time on squat and bench, you get a replace command, now all of a sudden you're out of time. You obviously don't have any sort of unracking to do on the deadlift, so there is no replace command risk. You really just start on your own time. So
yeah, some people
running a
do
few
have
seconds off is never the worst thing in the world.
Some people do have some pretty elaborate deadlift setups, though.
That is true. Vicky Zen making that 182.5, 402 pounds look easy.
Yeah, this is a clinic on how to deadlift right now.
And the beltless deadlift from Shondell Yanni, 182.5, 402 pounds. The lift is good. 185 for Charlie Leonard, bars loaded.
She is our athlete that is tied on body weight in second. So she has the same total as our first place leader. And she makes that lift. She will still be in second after this flight, assuming that our last lifter, Kinsey, makes her lift. They'll still be tied on body weight. And then I'm thinking we'll play some games on the third.
Bars loaded for Kelly Spack, 187.5 kilos, 413 pounds. And 3 white lights. The lift is good for Kelly. Kinsey Peterson up next with 202.5. Bars loaded for Kinsey. They're requesting them to move it to the back of the platform to avoid those divots that we spoke about before. Final lifter of second attempts, and then we'll head back to the top of the flight.
we will move into everybody's final deadlift attempts for the session.
145 kilos for Tina Elmore, 319 pounds. Bars loaded for Tina.
This is your third attempt, Tina. When she pulls, you cheer.
She's shaking her head, and I think
Yeah.
she knew that one was going to be a little bit tougher. Our first failure of this flight, though, the fact that it took this long getting all the way to third attempts is very impressive by these lifters. So we head on to Peyton Wilson with 155 kilos. And that's going to be a no lift for Peyton. $162.5 for Joy Clark.
Can she complete perfection today?
It's not gotten a single red light. Not only not has missed a lift, but has not gotten a red light. Looks like we're going to see that continue here, and she knows it as you see that smile on her face. 3 white lights once again. Perfect day, 27 for 27 on lights. $167.5 for Tiffany. 369 pounds. And Tiffany locks that one out and lets out a smile as she looks up at 3 white lights. The lift is good.
Yeah, and that was pretty fast for a third attempt too, especially off the floor.
Clara Johnston up next with 182.5 kilos, 402 pounds, breaking past that 400-pound mark.
Also, that triple body weight mark for this weight class, and that's 60 kilos.
Pretty solid day from her so far. Went 3 for 3 on squat, 2 for 2 on bench, or 2 for 2 on deadlift so far. Missed her third bench after jumping only 2.5 kilos, so she's gotten the most out of her bench even with that miss. Let's see if she can keep that good streak going here for her third deadlift. And no, it's not going to happen. And we're going to keep the same weight on the bar for Rose Huang Stigora, 402 pounds, 182.5 kilos. Rose is 8 for 8 so far on the day. And she's requesting something. And to wipe the bar down. There we go. And sometimes we get the mix of the baby powder, we get the mix of the chalk on there. See, the lifters have the baby powder on the quads to allow the bar to slide up their quads a little bit easier. But the baby powder is very slippery, so if it transfers over to the bar, it almost creates the opposite effect of what we're looking for the chalk. As Rose gets this lift smoothly to lock out. And the lift is good. 9 for 9 day for Rose. And we bring Shondell Yanni up next with 187.5 kilos, 413 pounds. And that's going to be a fight. And a little uneven, but I think that was a clean lockout. And she gets the 3 white lights gets it on the board, adds another one to the total as we bring out Vicky Zen with 190 kilos, 419 pounds.
She's in third right now. This would keep her in third.
Oh, and it was just there, and then you see that little wobble at the top, and unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift. Sometimes sumo gets tricky. If you get the smallest bit out of position, it's the hardest thing to come back from, and that's why sumo is a hard deadlift position for the conventional purists out there.
All right. Charlie is up next. Has 192 loaded.
We're seeing a deadlift change here, so this is going to move Charlie from second place to first place as we have a little bit of drama here towards the end. Kinsey Peterson's currently in first place. Charlie Leonard is just behind her, so she changes to 192.5, which is going to put her in to first if she hits it. First, we will see Kelly Spack, because remember, the lighter lifter has to pull first. 192.5 from Kelly Spack. This will move her from fifth to third.
Yeah, and she did initially have a... Sorry, never mind. She's going to pull 192.5 to move into...
This would put her into the bronze medal position here. From fifth to third. Already on the podium, but for the bronze medal... And Kelly Spack gets it locked out, 192.5, 424. The lift is good, and she's solidified in the third place spot. Here's where the drama comes in. Kinsey Peterson's in first currently. She's going to come right after Charlie Leonard. Charlie Leonard loading up 192.5 to jump to a 470 total, just above what Kinsey Peterson is forecasted at.
Yeah, and she did initially have a 190 loaded in, so she changed to that 192 to bump her by 2.5 kilos. So Kinsey will likely up hers as well if she makes this.
Charlie Leonard and just misses it. Gets off balance, but you got to go for broke. You got to shoot for it. She will still walk out of here with a silver medal, and Kinsey Peterson sits alone in that first place spot. So she will drop to 205 kilos.
Yeah, and these first through third athletes earning their or renewing their pro cards as well.
So for one last time, our final lifter of the day, Kinsey Peterson, first place national champion, just adding a chip to her total here. It's all over. This will just add to it. Your 2026 USAPL 60 kilo open national champion, Kinsey Peterson. And adds one more, barring judge's decision. The lift is good. 3 white lights, and what a way to close the day. That's going to conclude our second session here in Lombard, Illinois at USAPL Raw Nationals as we look at our final standings for the women's Raw 56 kilo weight class. Coming in first place, we have Sarah Yao with 430 kilos. Caitlin Slovak in second place with 417.5. Shannon Sandwani right behind her with 412.5. Kay Serapio with 407.5, getting in fourth, still getting on the podium. And then Tara Thomas, last spot on the podium with 405. Women's Raw 60 kilos. We have Kinsey Peterson taking the gold medal, what you just saw right there, 465 kilos. Charlie Leonard, 462.5 kilos right behind her. Kelly Spack, 447.5, bringing home the bronze medal. Vicky Zen still on the podium at fourth place with 445, and Rose Huang Stegura tying her on total, but did not get the body weight advantage, so she gets fifth place, still on the podium there. Men's Raw 67.5 kilo weight class, back the national champion, the reigning Pro Series champion, Peter Huang, reclaiming his throne in first place at 712.5. Terrell Monroe right behind him at 662.5 for the silver medal. JC Emmanuel Mbibba at 650 for the bronze medal. Emmanuel Paul Valderrama with 647.5 for the fourth place, still on the podium, and Dat Nguyen at 647.5 on the podium as well. And that concludes our second session here at the 2026 USAPL Raw Nationals. We will be back at 8:30 p.m. for our final session of the day.